Good evening. We'll call to order the Planning and Zoning Commission for April 8th, 2026 at 6 p.m. Steve, do you mind calling the roll?
Sure, I'll do remote folks first. Ms. Lingalis? That's a
Here.
yes.
Sorry, I couldn't unmute.
Ms. Wells?
Here.
Ms. Jordan Byron?
Present.
Mr. Hubers?
Here.
Ms. Lankowski?
Here.
Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Jones.
Here.
And Mr. Price.
Here.
That's 7. You have a quorum.
We have a quorum. Diana, you are seated for the entirety of this meeting. Of course. All right, so we will begin first with applications that do not have a public hearing, and then we will move to applications with a public hearing. So our first application is 2026-26, special appropriation, City of Norwalk, special appropriation request to authorize the mayor, Barbara Smith, to execute a sole source purchase order on behalf of the Norwalk Police Department for the purchase of one armored rescue vehicle for a total amount not to exceed $361,000. Account number noted, report and recommended action. Who here tonight is speaking on the special appropriation request?
I am. This is Tom Ellis from the Finance Department.
Good evening, Mr. Ellis. Go ahead.
This is actually just a technical correction. I believe Chief Walsh was made the rounds at all the boards and commissions last month to talk to the technical specifications and the reasoning, sometimes in executive session as needed, as to the needs and requirements for the for this piece of equipment. So I'm here just to address a technical correction on this. Now that it made it through all 4 boards and commissions, we have a new account number, and that's what this first part is for, the sole source purchase, and that account number that you mentioned, the CO858 is the new account that's been established and has the funds in it for the sole source purchase. So if you want to conduct the vote on that, that is where the purchase will take place.
Okay. I see that our next item, 2026-28, is seems to be related to this. We can take a separate action on it. Is there anything you wanted to speak to for that for the next item on the agenda?
Yeah, so that's administrative as well. So the key point to note here, this is not an additional ask for bonded funds. We're fortunate that we have an underrun on a previously bonded public safety project, the 911 communications upgrade that took place a number of years ago. We came under budget significantly on that, and we've been able to tap into that underrun for a few public safety projects in the police and fire department world, and continue to do so with this project. So Section B of this application is transferring the $361,000 from the communications upgrade project into this newly established account number for the purchase of the police vehicle.
Thank you, Mr. Ellis. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Ellis? All right. Mr. Ellis, do you have anything else before we take action on these 2 items?
No, just yeah, this is step 2 of the 4-step process. We did this at the BET on Monday night, and if you folks are kind enough to approve this, we will go before the Finance and Claims Committee tomorrow night. And if it gets approved there, then to the full council next Tuesday. And this will, if it all goes as we hope, it'll be within 2 weeks, which could quite possibly be the fastest special capital appropriation we've done in quite some time.
Wonderful. All right, I'll ask for a motion for 2026-26, which is to correct the account number. Is there a motion for this?
I'll move to approve it.
Thank you, Harvey. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Tammy. All right, I think we can do this with a show of hands. JJ, oh wait, let's do this by roll call. JJ, I know your camera's not able to come on. Steve, do you mind calling the roll?
Sure. Ms. Jordan Byron?
Yes.
Ms. Wells?
Yes.
Ms. Lingalis?
Yes.
Mr. Hubers?
Yes.
Ms. Lankowski?
Yes.
Mr. Jones?
Yes.
And Mr. Price?
Yes. Great, that carries unanimously. Next, we will take action on 2026-28. This is for the transfer request for the special appropriation. Is there a motion for this item? Thank you, Mr. Jones.
Move to approve it.
Is there a second? Thanks, Tammy. Can we once again do that by roll call? Sure.
Ms. Jordan Byron,
Hello?
yeah, yes.
Hello?
Hi, we can hear
Yes.
you.
Yeah,
Great.
Okay,
Yes.
Ms. Wells,
Yes.
Ms. Lingallis,
Yes.
Mr. Hubers,
Yes.
Ms. Lankowski,
Yes.
Mr. Jones.
Yes.
And Mr. Price,
Yes,
also unanimous.
also unanimous. Thank you, Mr. Ellis.
Thank you, everyone.
Good evening. Our next item is 2026-27, City of Norwalk zoning regulation text amendment to Article 4 in the EDTZ Village District Design Guidelines to modify the crosswalk standards as recommended by the Transportation, Mobility, and Parking Department preliminary review. Who here tonight is speaking to this zoning regulation text amendment?
That would be me, Ben Young from TMP.
Good evening, Mr. Young. Go ahead.
Thank you, commissioners, and thank you, Chapin. So the proposal that is here before you tonight is just a minor design revision to the East Norwalk Transit-Oriented Development, or TOD district design guidelines that were passed a few years ago. So up to this point, no crosswalks have been actually constructed in this manner, but I would direct your attention to the attachment that is in the agenda packet. The second page visually shows kind of the contrast between what the existing guideline is and what the proposed guideline is. So you'll be able to see the difference here. What we'd like to do is establish a more legally compliant and safer crosswalk design for the East Norwalk TOD, one that is used throughout the city already on different projects. So would it be possible for me to share my screen, perhaps?
Please do. I was going to ask if
Okay.
you could share out
Yeah.
the, yes, thank you.
Okay, so I can pull this up. Yeah, so I won't go through everything in depth, but I just wanted to make sure everybody has the visual here. So on the left side here is the crosswalk standard that was accepted into the design guide for East Norwalk TOD. You can see it's a gray/granite colored brick paver herringbone pattern. And it also has these edge restraints that are made out of granite. So what we're proposing is on the right side there. So also a kind of brick paver herringbone pattern. It fits the character of the neighborhood, we believe. But it's also it contains some features that are better for legal compliance. These two transverse lines, the white bars along the edges of the crosswalk, that's actually what helps it come into compliance with what's called the MUTCD, or the Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices. So these two white lines, that's actually all we need to legally establish the crosswalk, but they are very important. And just like anything, just like with stop bars or stop signs, yield bars, these matters are very important to bring us into conformance with federal and state guidelines to call it a crosswalk legally. The second point is we have a much safer design here with the color of the bricks themselves. So the problem with the old standard and the gray and granite color is that over time, the contrast against the asphalt next to it would eventually decrease, as over time asphalt tends to gray to lighten it a little bit. So over time, it would be very hard to distinguish the difference between where the travel lane was and where the crosswalk is. With a more brick red or some other color, we're able to better establish that color contrast and therefore better establish where the actual crosswalk is. Finally, we have a difference in terms of the material here. So it's not indicated directly in the design standard. However, the design standard points to the DPW. They call it the Streetscape Manual for East Norwalk, but it's actually within the DPW's standard details. So DPW standard details calls for actual precast concrete pavers to be installed for the crosswalk. However, what the city has been doing on recent projects, such as the one shown on the right side here, which is at Hospital Hill, and also on West Avenue, we have been installing these brick patterns made out of preformed thermoplastic. So what that is we pave the road as normal with asphalt, and then instead of carving out a slot for brick pavers to go into, we actually overlay this preformed thermoplastic pattern, and we use heat to melt it right into the pavement so that it just stays there. And almost nobody we found can even distinguish the difference between the final preformed thermoplastic and actual bricks. It looks great. And the best part is that it's both cheaper, easier to maintain, and we don't get this differential settlement. The problem with using actual precast concrete pavers or brick pavers is that you have some locations within the crosswalk that settle more than others, and they settle differently compared to the surrounding asphalt. Here, this crosswalk pattern is imprinted directly onto the pavement, so you don't have that problem. So we've found that this is a much more cost-effective and easy to maintain solution for that problem. So with that, we'd like to establish this as a standard for East Norwalk. Again, bearing in mind legal compliance, safety improvements. We're actively implementing complete streets throughout the city, and we've already seen some significant decreases in pedestrian crashes throughout the city due to some of our efforts. So we'd like to continue that work and make sure that our design guidelines are consistent with the goal of having safe streets for all.
Thank you, Mr. Young. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Young? All right. Mr. Young, do you have anything else that you'd like to add?
That's it. Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you. So I see that this is a preliminary review and it's for the design guide. Is there any action we need to take on this evening?
No, I think it's probably safer just to take action on it at your next meeting, just since we got it kind of towards the tail end of the process, so that if anybody had any questions, we could address it before the next meeting.
Great. Okay, that sounds good. All right. Thank you, Mr. Young. We'll move to our have a great evening. We'll move to our next item, which is 2026-18 Coastal Site Plan Review, Land Tech, 20 Old Wharf Road, expand an existing shoreline flood and erosion control structure, SFECS report and recommended action. Who this evening is representing 20 Old Wharf Road?
Good evening, Tom Ryder, senior ecologist with Land Tech.
Good evening, Mr. Ryder.
Hi, good evening. I'm assuming I can share my screen.
Please do.
Thank you. I had that all set a second ago. All right. So we have a property. Sorry.
The screen hasn't come up quite yet.
Oh, I'm sorry. There we go. Okay. We have a property at 20 Old Wharf Road. It is located here by the outlined in yellow. It is on the peninsula owned by the Whitworths, who I am representing tonight. The Whitworths are interested in extending their riprap around their property. The property here goes around a seawall. There's a seawall goes around the entire property here. And riprap, or shoreline protection, goes around all of it except for the last 30 feet. So what we're asking to do is to extend the riprap that's been there for decades over this last 30 feet of area. We have received a permit from the DEP and Army Corps back in February of this year. And the process is to bring in a barge at high tide, bring in these furthermost boulders along the wall, and come back out. Next high tide, come back in and get much more work done. And as you get further and further back, we can hang out here a little bit more, so we have a little more time, and then we would continue the rest of the extension. Also, this portion of the riprap here tapers down. So we are going to be adding on to the top of this area so that all of the riprap will be at the same height. So we're basically just extending it out to the same width and extending it out to the same height as what is there currently. This is an aerial that kind of shows where the barge would be. The property, as I showed you, the riprap is around this whole area, except for this area to the north here. This is the area, it's all beach. There's an existing wall here. And then this is where I was talking about is tapering off. So we'll put riprap over here, taper it back up, and then over down to this end. That is basically it in a nutshell. It's pretty straightforward. Don't need to take up too much of your time with this tonight, going into any more detail that's not necessary, but I am here for any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Ryder. Are there any questions for Mr. Ryder?
Yeah, the intent of the project is erosion control, or what's the intent of extending the riprap?
Yeah, this one is a good example for that. This is a pre-existing wall. Well, it's a wall, obviously. This wall here is on the neighbor's property and has received some storm damage, and they just did some repair on that. We're starting to see a little bit of issues with the wall, not bad. But the idea here is that we're going to be extending this riprap in here to prolong the length, the duration of the wall. And the reason this is important is because this property over here has all this bedrock protecting their house, but this property does not. And this wall becomes very important for that. Plus the fact that where showing here with my cursor, these are all geothermal wells. So this wall here is protecting the heating and cooling basically of the entire house. So this wall is doing a lot to protect, obviously, not only retain the wall, but to retain the sediment, but also to the geothermal wells. So in summary, basically, this is to protect the wall over that last 30 feet that's not currently protected.
Understood. Thank you.
Mr. Ryder, I have 2 questions, please.
Yes. Hello.
Thank you. Hi, good evening. In this application, do you have to alert the neighbors?
We did. As part of the DEP process, we had to notify, well, as part of the CAM process, we had to notify everybody. Plus, the neighbors, the only people that are really affected by this is Pine Point Beach Club, which is here. So they have been notified. And that neighbor, sorry, where is it? And this neighbor here, and they are aware of it as well.
Okay, they're aware and they're okay with it. Or they don't, do you receive their response?
No, we have not received any comments from them.
Okay, thank you. And then is the beach where the riprap is going to continue, does that beach belong to your clients?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so if they cut off some beach, they're just cutting off their own beach.
Correct.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Ryder? All right. Mr. Ryder, do you have anything else you'd like to add to this application?
I do not. I think that we've stated the application contents, and I've turned it back over to you for a decision.
Thank you. With that, is there a motion for this application? Thank you, Mr. Hubers. Approve. Yep, move to approve. Is there a second? Thank you, Marty. All right, Amelia, do you have a draft resolution?
Yes, I do, and which should be coming up in 1 second, but no staff comments. It appears to be consistent with the Connecticut Coastal Management Act. And as Mr. Ryder mentioned, they do already have approval from DEEP, and the project is like 99% under the jurisdiction of solely DEEP. There's just a very small sliver that falls under your jurisdiction. So here is a draft resolution to approve that is fairly short and straightforward.
Are there any questions, modifications, comments on this resolution? All right, hearing none. Amelia, do you mind calling the roll?
Not at all. Miss Jordan Byron?
Yes.
Ms. Wells?
Yeah.
Ms. Lingalis?
Yes.
Mr. Jones?
Yes.
Ms. Lankowski?
Yes.
Mr. Hubers?
Yes.
And Mr. Bryce.
Yes. All right, that's unanimous. Thank you, Mr. Ryder.
Great. As always, appreciate your time and efforts on all these applications. Thank you.
Have a good evening.
You too.
All right, next we will move to our public hearings. As a note for our public hearings, we begin by a presentation by the applicant. The commission will then have an opportunity to ask questions. After that, we will open it up to public comment. Everybody will have an opportunity to speak, but only one opportunity to speak. We do not limit you on time, but we do ask you to be concise. That way we remember your points. This is not going to, or the public comment is not a dialogue. The applicant will respond to all of the comments at the end. Of course, we ask that you are polite and that you start with your full name and address. I'll repeat this when it's time to accept the public comment as well. And that's true for each of our applications. The way we'll do this is we will have each application as we've been doing, and we'll accept the public comment for those applications as we are hearing them, and we'll take action afterwards. So with that, our first public hearing this evening is 2026-21 special permit Robert and Chunling Vance, 8 Timothy Road, District 5, Block 55, Lot 122. Special permit application for after the fact soil disturbance and or clear cutting of approximately 2/3 of an acre. Public hearing, report, and recommended action. Who here tonight is representing 8 Timothy Road? Hi. Good evening. Do you mind coming up and yes. And of course, start with your name and address. Right here? Yes, yep. And Simon, can you confirm that we're able to hear him online?
Hi there.
Perfect, great. Please begin.
So my name is Bob Vance, and me and my wife purchased 8 Timothy Road towards the end of last year. And I cut 2/3, or I hired someone to cut 2/3 of an acre of trees from the backyard. I'm looking to plant an orchard. I've been growing fruit for over 15 years now, and I'm very excited to move to a larger yard. The planting plan is part of the application. There's roughly 100 fruit trees, as well as a number of berry bushes, vines, etc., including all the usual apple, peaches, and plums. I've seen some of the feedback. And one of the worries was this is a large-scale farming operation that has workers and such. No, it's myself who does the labor. So it's not anything that should disturb the area. I don't do any selling on site. Anytime I have extra fruit, I often give it away. If I have too much to give away, I have sold it to people who've sold it at farmers markets in the past. So it does not go to waste if there's extra. The cutting is all done and the planting has started, given that the spring has started to move along, and I want to make sure that I can get trees in before they leaf out, but it is definitely not complete yet at this point. So I know there was some worry about drainage and runoff. I do have a drainage report from John Malozzi, an engineer, showing that the orchard should not pose a hazard to any of the homes in the area. I know that is one of the worries that some of the neighbors have. So I believe he should be on the Zoom meeting as well in case there's any questions. I've had a survey done and am in the process of putting up a white vinyl privacy fence around the property. I think I can definitely answer any questions that people might have. Are there any questions? Please.
Mr. Vance, are you running this as an organic operation? Are you going to fertilize it and use pesticides? How is that going to work?
Sure. So some of the trees I grow don't need any pesticides, and I definitely don't spray things that don't need them. Things like peaches do need pesticides in order to reliably produce without brown rot and worms. So I do spray on those, but I don't do any large scale spraying. It's all either a little handheld pump sprayer or a pump based backpack sprayer that I can basically be up close and personal doing it. So I'm not crop dusting or anything large scale that should be blowing onto neighbors' properties.
What about irrigation? How do you irrigate these trees?
That's a good question. Most of it, I've irrigated in the first year or two to get them started. And once they're started, I don't usually irrigate unless there's more than a week or two in the summer where there's just no rain. For those, I've gone around with a hose and stood there for a few minutes. So I'm a very hands-on type person with this.
You have no irrigation system installed?
No. There is a tube that goes towards the middle of the yard for a spigot, and I plan to continue using that. But there's no emitters or anything like that. It's just something I can connect a hose to.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Galen.
One of your neighbors raised a concern about fruit that falls on the ground attracting pests, like rats, etc. Can you address that?
So I try not to let fruit drop on the ground. If there is fruit that drops on the ground, it's not just for rats. You want to collect it to make sure that you don't have a disease reservoir. If you let brown rot kind of get started, it's much more difficult to stop that. I would say most of the time, I might have more difficulty with the fruit being eaten before it's ripe than after it's on the ground, especially birds.
Thank you.
Mr. Vance, the drainage report, I believe, is discussing the difference from the present state to the proposed state of the orchard. Like those were the two states evaluated. Like, was there any retrospective evaluation? Like, what's the difference between the prior condition, like the original condition as you bought it, and the proposed state in terms of drainage?
Yeah, I'm not an expert. I would defer to John on that one. Are you on the meeting?
Yes, but I think as a host kind of messed up this video. There we go.
There we go. John, we can see you. There you go.
Okay, I'm here.
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay, well, what I compare, basically, we know that we don't have any impervious addition to the project. So basically, we're compared is on the vegetation that it was before. And we comparing with what he did and what he's coming back and do. So I did go back to the original one. And everything is based on numbers that the CN numbers that the USDA has published that addresses the vegetation and the property itself. Now, when the numbers, for instance, of what it was before, so we could see the comparison. Based on the USDA was a 70. Okay, just that's a curve number. It would have been a 79 if we didn't plant anything, and after we planting, we have a 72. So you see, basically, you see that there is a 72 on what the planting is now, as opposed to what the 70 there was before. But there was one difference is that the area over the 72 is more widespread because of where the trees was before. So an area where it was a 79 before, even before you cut the trees, that area went down to 72. So if you put the average together, you have an average of a CN. The average is lower than it was before. And so the formula is the same for the runoff. The only variable is this CN number. And then when it comes down to then the CN, as it is now with what he plans to do, is lower than it was before.
So if I'm understanding correctly, the fact that I'm planting trees throughout the area that used to be lawn, in addition to the area that used to be wooded, helps to increase the absorption and keep any runoff from being an issue.
Yeah.
Is that
So
correct?
overall, for the entire lot, in a local area where just the trees were, yes, this is not as good as before. But overall, what he's doing now, it's better than before. As far as runoff is concerned, other things is different. I don't know, but I'm just addressing the runoff.
Not at this time.
Okay, Tammy?
Thank you. I'm not sure whether to address this to Mr. Vance or Mr. Malozzi, but what were the calipers of the trees that were removed? And what are the sizes, calipers of the trees that you're going to install? And then subsequently, how long will it take the new trees to achieve a growth similar of the trees that you removed?
I can probably address this one because the goal isn't to have a 4-foot wide apple tree. There were some really large trees in there, but apple trees generally just don't get that big. I've planted more trees, so there's more, not necessarily bigger. Some of the trees I'm transplanting and are up to 3 or 4 inch in caliper. That's pretty good size. It's about as big as I can move. Others, I've planted fresh trees from nurseries. Some of them are as small as like maybe 3/8 of an inch caliper. Other new trees from the nurseries have been up to 1 inch caliper. So it's a real mix of different sizes. It's more of a quantity of trees rather than any given tree being a really large monster 3 or 4 foot wide caliper.
And thank you. And if some of your trees don't make it after a season or two, do you replace them?
It is an opportunity for me to try additional trees and additional varieties. I'm very into growing fruit from an exploration standpoint. So I participate heavily in growingfruit.org online. And every time I read something, I see more ideas of things I want to try. So anytime something dies, it's really just an opportunity for me to plant something else.
And was your previous garden in a similar growing zone? So you have the same experience?
It is. One of the things I'm looking forward to here is actually spacing things better. What I've done previously was too tight of a planting, and it becomes difficult to manage. So I'm basically doubling my area, but keeping the quantity the same so that they can all keep a better spacing.
Okay, and do you need to bring in bees to pollinate your trees, or are there bees in your neighborhood? Do you know?
I would be shocked if there aren't enough bees to pollinate as it is. I guess if I see an issue with it after a few years, I'm not opposed to beekeeping. My wife has mentioned, hey, you're not getting any honey. It's one thing you're not doing. So maybe I'm not opposed to that as an idea. Not on a large scale though, as I am quite afraid of being stung.
Okay, thank you. I hope you don't get stung. Thank you.
Yeah. But to follow up on Tammy's comments, some of the trees that came down, I think a number of them were very large because you can see the stumps and the cut up logs in the front of your yard. Have you left any of the full-size trees there, or have you taken them all down?
No, not within the yard. There is one tree in the front, decorative dogwood, but in terms of the large trees, no, I'm hoping to get as much sun as possible, for the fruit trees. Shade makes it very difficult to get good quality fruit.
I can understand that. How many trees did you take down?
It really depends on what size. I think there were 30 or 40 that were significant sized. I'm sure there were lots of them that were an inch or half an inch type size. Like brush type bushes.
Thank you.
One thing I should mention in terms of shade is there is still a number of trees along the south and west parts, south and east parts of the property. I am trying to put the things that need a little bit less sun, such as berry bushes, towards that area, and the things that need more sun, like stone fruit, peaches, plums, towards the northern part that gets more sun.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Couple of questions for you. One is staff had called out the compost and wood chip pile locations. Is that something you had a chance to review, and are you able to relocate where those piles are?
Not really. Well, the wood chip pile will solve itself because that's leftovers from the trees. So as I start mulching things, it'll get smaller and smaller and eventually go away.
Sure.
The compost pile, it could be anywhere in that last 30 or so feet of the yard, because that's the part that doesn't get much sun. So I have berries starting at about 30 feet to 70 feet. And then from 80 feet on is the taller trees, the ones that need more sun. From 0 to 30 though, that's basically wasted space from my perspective, just because there's not enough sun. At some point I might want to put in a small shed. I will look into if there's anything I can grow that's reasonably happy with dappled minor amounts of sun, but I figured somewhere along that strip is the place that compost pile, mulch pile, that type of thing could be.
In that same memo, I believe they had asked questions about use of equipment and fuel tanks and noise. Can you speak to that a little bit?
Sure. So noise shouldn't be anything significant. I mean, it's like with snippers maybe. The fuel tanks are actually the propane fuel for the house. They're in the front of the house. I have a permit that it was inspected and approved. When I bought the house, the oil-fired boiler was original, 1958, and could burn both oil and coal. I felt it was prudent to get something new, so I have 3 propane tanks along the front of the house.
On the equipment, you mentioned the clippers and such, but is there any other equipment you plan on using? Like the staff had called out, the possibility of like a tractor or anything like that.
No, I did not approve that.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, at some point, I don't know that it's necessary, but at some point down the line, I might need a chainsaw. I've used an electric one in the past, not a gas one, so it shouldn't be anything that would bother people.
Okay. Great. Are there any other questions? Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. Is it okay if I address a question of staff, which might inform follow-ups to Mr. Vance? Okay. For staff, if like I haven't seen a special permit for clearing before, and I'm just curious, like I did update myself on the zoning code, but can you kind of walk me through like the criteria, assuming this was like before the fact, the criteria you would apply to reviewing this?
Yeah, and Brian, jump in at any point. I should point out, this set of regulations dealing with land clearing is new to the 2024 zoning update. Prior to that, there were no city standards really on that. The only thing that you had to deal with was bringing in import or export of fill materials. So, if somebody has an acre of land and they just cut down all the trees, there was no city rule that they had to abide by, provided there were no wetlands in the property. That this is a new standard, and the intent is to deal with situations such as this, where it's not a construction project. He's not building an addition on his house and needs to clear the land in order to facilitate the addition. This is, just clearing of land. There are 3 standards in the zoning regulations based on the area that's going to be cleared. And if you're, I think it's 5,000 square feet, but I'll double check the math. If you're under that, you don't need any permits. there's the next set that when you get to a certain area, you need to get a zoning permit. And the third one is the reason for the action tonight is a special permit based on the size. We are working through the mayor's office. We're going to put out kind of a press release kind of thing on just kind of informing the public of this new rule to try to prevent this from kind of happening beforehand. So that way they come in, get some guidance first, and that way it's not kind of an after the fact issue. It's a little tricky from both sides.
Okay, but like this committee trying to reconcile the special permit application with the POCD is kind of new, like it's new, so we've got to figure it out. Like, yeah. Basically. Okay.
And if the applicant had like a large wetland area in the back of the property, it would be, obviously would go to the Conservation Commission, but then similar to what if you were on the commission at the 284 New Canaan Avenue one, was also a clearing one. So there was a large scale replanting done as part of the remediation activity. This is kind of a sort of voluntary replanting of a different sort. I think the things that we look out for are there going to be negative impacts to neighboring properties as a result of this? The key one being drainage and runoff. And Brian, I can chime in, but I believe Public Works is satisfied with the drainage report that was prepared and offered no additional comment.
Beyond drainage and runoff, does our jurisdiction cover what actually replaces the clear cut, or are we talking about tonight the violation for the clear cut?
Yeah, that's so if he wasn't proposing to plant the kind of fruit trees in the big garden, basically what he's doing, you would have the ability to then say, well, wait a minute, we want a kind of a remedial planting plan to address the concerns. It should be tied to a justification as to why you're asking for the correction. Like if this was, like I said, an easier example would be if this was near wetlands, you want to have that buffer area to protect the wetlands. In this case, I don't believe there's any wetlands on the site. There's no neighbors that are directly going to be affected by runoff from this. So it's what are you achieving by putting on additional conditions? I think that's what you have to kind of reconcile.
And all of those will need to be related to the special permit criteria that we have as well. So that's like, it's addressing, so like the noise from before. We had an application similar to this last year where other than 284 New Canaan, that was near the Merit. I'm trying to remember what the address was.
I think. Fulmar.
Fulmar. Thank you. I keep talking over you, Brian. My apologies. Yes. And I believe that the resolution here was a planting plan that we had required of them for them to implement. So, yeah, and a reminder that you must pull permits before you do work. So,
one thing, if I could mention, I did look online and I found, I think it was E-Code 360 that seemed to have the town rules. I didn't find anything at all about this. It was only after I got the letter from zoning that I did an additional search and found that there was a separate document from zoning that talked about this. Does the original one still apply as well?
No, I was actually just emailing Corporation Council this afternoon to tell them to take down the E-Code 360 reference because it's the old regulations.
Okay. One of them, the one on trees, was updated as of October 2025, so it was very recent.
Yeah, that would be, I can check on that, but that's not, the zoning code could be in addition to some other ordinances there, but.
Okay.
Yeah.
I appreciate you highlighting that. That's useful context. Does anyone else have questions for Mr. Vance? All right, Mr. Vance, do you have anything else you would like to add? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, so we will now move to the public participation part of this application. So if you would like to speak and you are online, Brian, I'll ask you to read out how folks can participate. If you are in the room and you would like to comment, please make sure your name is on the sign-up sheet as we'll be going in order for that. We'll be alternating between folks who have joined us virtually and here in the room. If you are planning to share your screen, please chat with Simon if you're here in person. Otherwise, we will work on figuring out how to get your screen shared if you are virtual. So as a reminder, this portion is not a dialogue. The applicant will respond to public comments at the end after hearing all of them. You only have one opportunity to speak. We do not limit you on time, but we do ask that you are clear and concise, so that way we can recall the points that you have made. We ask, of course, that you are polite in your comments and that you begin with your full name and address. Let's begin. Steve, do you have the list? And Brian, do you mind just announcing how folks can participate online, and we'll start with someone in the room?
Sure. So if you're online and you'd like to speak, you could click the raise your hand tool now. It's at the bottom of your screen. You'd click that once. Once you do get brought over and you're online and you'd like to share your screen, just let me know, and then I'll promote you to panelist. You just accept that, and then you'll be brought over and you can share screen.
Thank you, Brian. Steve, who do we have first on the list?
Sure. So in the first speaker, and I apologize in advance for the last name if I mispronounce it. Kurt and Patty, I think Schlegel.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. My name is Kurt Schlegel. My wife Patty's here. We're residents at 19 Douglas Drive. So we're neighbors to the property at A. Timothy. We're on his east border. First off, just like to thank everyone for this opportunity. I'm not sure what can be done at this point, but it is nice to be heard. And, hopefully there are a few things. I think we're going to be a lot of facts and figures and how many trees and how big. I mean, for me, it's just emotional, right? My wife and I have lived in that house for 15 years, raised our kids there. And it was just a 1 in a million backyard, right? When you saw those trees, and to see them all gone is sad. I don't even like looking out the backyard, let alone being there. I'm gonna get over it. That's not a big deal. The trees are gone. There's nothing we can do about them. I appreciate all the concerns. You guys asked really good questions. I guess at this point, I guess there's three big things, right? The drainage, the pesticides, and I guess the noise was addressed. I don't know what it's like living next to a commercial farm. I thought there could be farm equipment going all night. That was a concern. If that is not going to be a concern, I hope. On the pesticides and the drainage, I did read the study that I think it was a civil engineer prepared, and it did seem disingenuous to compare the current state now after they cut down all the trees to what they're going to build. I really don't see how cutting down 2/3 of an acre's worth of very mature trees will have better drainage. And I don't see how, pesticides applied, there was no pesticides applied to that forest before, so there will be more environmental runoff there. What can we do at this point? I know I'd like to replace some of the privacy we lost. I don't know much about trees, but that could be a problem for Bob. I will want to try and work with him. I know he needs light, he said. I would like to grow some trees on that border so I can restore some of that privacy. And if there's like a buffer zone, maybe. I'm worried about maybe roots. I have heard that some of the trees he's going to plant have kind of invasive roots that could spread. So if I try and plant trees on my property, I don't know if that's going to be a problem. That's something I'd like to hope for, then that'll help maybe with the drainage and with loss of privacy. I'm just gonna turn around to my better half and see if I forgot anything. Patty, anything I should add? Okay, I don't want to take up any more time. Thank you all very much and appreciate your concern. Have a good night, everybody.
Thank you. Is there anyone online who would like to participate?
Yeah, first up is Kayla H.
Hi. Okay. I'm not sure how I show myself. Darn. You don't see me? Just a picture.
Not yet, but we can hear you if you want to.
You can hear me? Okay, because I want to be able to share my screen.
Simon, can we promote her to panelist?
Yes, I'll do that right now.
Great. Thank you,
Okay.
Simon.
Join it. Okay, terrific. Thank you. You can still, so let me hit that share screen button. I'm sorry, I'm getting a little nervous now. Settings, share screen. Okay. Oh, gosh. I'm trying to share my screen. Can you see my screen? Oh, so
Yeah.
frustrated. Oh, so upset.
Kayla, when you click share screen, it should bring up all the documents that you have open, and then you just click on which one you'd like to share.
I mean, I have a document open. Can you see it?
No, so what you'll do is you'll click share at the bottom, and then it should prompt you with all the documents that you have open. Then you'd click on whichever document you'd like to share, and then it should begin sharing that way.
Share screen.
Click the document.
Enter into. God darn.
While
I
you're
really
working-
want to.
Yeah, if you're able to speak without the document, feel free. Otherwise, if you would
So
like.
bad. I'm just kind of very disappointed. I really needed to share my screen. I don't know.
If you would like to keep trying, please do. We'll move on to another speaker. I'll just ask that you mute yourself, and you can keep trying to share your screen.
One suggestion, maybe,
Yeah,
like she could maybe mail whatever documentation she
See it,
wants.
I
to
see it,
send
it's working
Ryan,
now.
who could-
Okay, great. Can you see this? Share.
Here we go.
There you go.
Oh my God.
Excellent.
Okay, good.
Go ahead and
Okay,
begin
great.
with your name and address, please.
Okay, sure. Sorry about that. My name is Kayla Hanukkah. I live at, I don't know why you can't see my picture, but that's me younger. I live at 17 Douglas Drive, and I've been there for 33 years. Raised my kids there. Just love the property. And like Kurt Schlegel, my neighbor, I was very sad to see, here's a picture. This is 8 Timothy. This is my house, 17. Kurt, the one that just spoke, is right here at 19. You could see the amount of trees. I have a pie-shaped lot, and now it's really obvious that it's a pie. And I wanted to show I'm sorry, but I'm going to talk fast because I don't want to take a long time and yammer on, but I want to cover everything. So these are the contours. So you can see that there definitely will be runoff into my property and Kurt's property. And it does concern me a lot. And I want to give a quick example. 19 Douglas Drive, Kurt, before he moved in a year about 1999, the former neighbor cut down a lot of trees in this area. And I was concerned about runoff. And if you guys maybe remember him, I called City Hall like I did this time, but somehow this time I didn't have any luck. And I spoke to somebody named Peter Goldner, and he immediately made the owner take corrective action. He told him to build a berm, which he did right in this area. He put up a black fence retaining wall, and it really allayed my concerns. And in this instance, we heard about the tree cutting in October, right around when Bob moved in, because he had conversations with us. And I did share the text messages, and we told Bob repeatedly, because we saw him marking trees. He marked my trees. I'm going to show other pictures of the marked trees. Told him to please get a survey and please get a permit. And he just did not care. And we went to City Hall. My husband went, and somehow they directed him to somebody named Sarah Cruz. Wrong person, not planning and zoning, a tree person. She didn't seem to know anything about all of this. And ultimately, what happened is it happened to be Veterans Day, and you were closed. The chainsaws were going full force, and men that didn't speak English were about to cut my trees down. And I called City Hall, and it was closed. And I had no choice but to call the police and sort of run after these men who didn't speak English to tell them to please stop. And they did cut some of my trees, and I have pictures of that. And then Bob finally showed up and called off the dogs. But ultimately, he cut into many neighbors' properties, including mine. And, it was very upsetting. I'm just going to quickly show you a few pictures. So this is a Zillow. I mean, it's not for accuracy, it's just to show the growth. Bob's, the Timothy, and this is my house, and this is Kurt's. So this is just to show you. So this is what happened, like in short order. This might have been, yeah, this was after Veterans Day, all the logs. This is the heavy equipment that came in, the big wood piles, and we were powerless to stop it. There's new laws supposed to be protecting us from this, and we tried before all of this went down, and somehow we just had no luck. And I'm just, you know, I'm kind of heartsick about it. So this is one of my trees that came down. This is the survey that was done after the fact, and I have the date here, December 20th. So I'm going to try to explain what the location of this. So this is Bob's property over here, and this is mine looking through my backyard to Douglas Drive. So everything to the right is my property. You can see it's not very big, but here's a picture of a stump. This is mine. This is a tree he marked. That was not his tree. All of this, we ran out there constantly talking to him, and he just was like, basically, it's like he said to himself, I'm gonna create facts on the ground. Here's another one of my stumps, another stump that he cut down. This is one of the surveys, and you can see everything around it, back and forth, on his property, on other people's property, just cut down. They seem to be in Florida, but I'm going to show you, this is Bob's property. This is the survey. And this is a neighbor at number 6 Timothy. So this would be Timothy Road right here. And their fence was not on the property. I don't know if they knew that, but he literally cut down all of these trees. They're not on his property. He cut them all down. So we are talking about basically cutting a ton of property, more than the 2/3. So I just wanted to show you that. Here's the fence he's putting up. This is like the same area. This is the neighbor at 6 Timothy. This is 8 Timothy. This is the fence he's putting up right now. And he's doing the work before this meeting. And you know, that doesn't make me very happy. But yeah, and these are the trees that he took down. Huge trees, beautiful trees, all gone. So let me take this down and move on to my, you know, I'm trying to get all the knowledge in this thing. And I looked at the drainage report. You know, and it admits that the owner removed a significant number of trees without a permit. After tree removal, the area is classified as disturbed, which has higher runoff. And then again, what about pre-excavation conditions? And even if I take his, oh yeah, here's number 5. I find this interesting. It's only talking about a 2-year storm. What about a 10-year storm? You know, and so this is really, this report to me is not adequate. It says, even if I take his figures, 79% of his property was deforested. Plus, you know, he went on to other people's property. I just showed it to you. So we're really talking about a lot. And here is a runoff change. He has the existing disturbed and the proposed orchard, but there's nothing with the pre-excavation calculations. So I have problems with this report. To me, it's inadequate. What is not addressed? There's no grading plan, nothing showing previous, current, or proposed grading. If I go back to those maps, I closed them down. No, I didn't. When you look at the contours really quickly, you can see that his property's higher. Here's these numbers, 266. Here's my numbers, 242. Kurt's 250. Chris, who might be in this meeting, 245. So it's definitely a concern. It's a serious concern. So I definitely wanted to make that known. Let me see. I'm trying to go ahead to everything. So, oh yeah, his planting plan. I made notes. Did I make notes on it? Anyway, I'm looking at his planting plan and I'm a little confused. So here's the planting plan. We've got, I counted them up, 209 trees. This is not done by a professional landscape architect or a botanist or a tree person. You know, we don't know the size. We don't know the height. We don't know the distance between trees. This is just, you know, kind of, I don't know. It's a sketch like I would do. It's not really very professional. There's no guarantees here. I'm focused on this 36 jujube trees. I just Googled that tree. You know, it's not a native tree. It's got invasive roots. They need to be planted about 20 feet apart. How is he getting 36 in here? I just have a lot of questions about this plan. You know, in addition to, like we said, this compost pile is going to be near me, and it's going to probably spill into my yard. And I don't know why I'm not getting the berm and all the other things that I got before. I'm getting nothing, basically. Take your chances and see if your basement floods. Because my son jokes and said that I live in the Goldilocks zone because I've lived there 33 years and I've never gotten even one droplet of water in my basement. I don't have a sump pump. I've just been, I guess, lucky. I don't know. I think my luck's going to change now, and I'm extremely concerned about that. And I'm extremely concerned about these fruit trees. And I do want to give a personal story. I'm from Miami, Florida. And I grew up in a property of 2 acres with 10 mango trees, about 5 avocado trees, banana trees. I can't remember the total amounts. I had guavas, all these trees. We did not plant them. They were there from before. I can tell you right now, they were all chopped down by the new neighbors. The new owners, because they are a lot of work. A family of 5, we would feel so bad that these mangoes would land on the ground and insects would eat them. We'd be out there harvesting them, trying to sell some of them to Publix, trying to eat them. My mother's making banana bread all day long. It's a lot of work. I just question, just from my own personal knowledge, I do question this. All of these trees, are they native? Will they survive? They're not going to be irrigated. Jujubes need a very hot climate from what I read about it. I didn't research all of this. I'm not an expert, but we really need something more professional to happen here. I need my concerns about runoff that I'm very, very concerned about to be addressed like they were addressed in 1999 when all the guy did was take down a few trees. He didn't take down what this guy took down. I have very serious concerns. And if anything, I would like a buffer of woodland trees around the property. I don't understand why he gets to just chop everything down knowingly. It's not like he even did it without knowledge. He knowingly did this when he was told, and we ran to City Hall before it happened. We tried to put a stop to it, and we lost. I feel like I'm totally losing in every way. And I am upset about it. I'm sorry, but I am very upset about it. And I feel like my concerns are not being addressed with the runoff. And I have suspicions about this farm and the impact to the neighborhood. So, and definitely the loss of everything. I'm worried about rats. I'm worried about fallen fruit, predators attracting bears. It seems commercial. I think I've pretty much listed everything. I'm trying to go as fast as I can. I don't want to take up other people's time. So I guess I'll put an end to my presentation, but I really hope you will seriously consider the fact that what has done to replace what's been lost is not under consideration. My husband's sitting right next to me and he wants to say a little something. Can he just make a few comments? Go ahead.
Yes, just need name and address.
Yes,
Hi.
your name.
Jacob Hanukkah, 17 Douglas Drive. I'm Kayla's husband.
Go ahead. Thank you.
To begin with, from the get-go, Mr. Vance really was acting in very, very deceiving manner. He first came to us, knocked on the door, and he said, I love fruit and I would like to plant trees and so on and so on. I told him to begin with, why won't you just go to City Hall and get permit? He did not do so. I kept asking him and asking him, did you submit the email?
I had submitted the text messages.
The text messages. He ignored that. Then when the time comes, he goes and he shaved the property, and not knowing, you cannot shave property. You have to, if you have number of trees to chop, it's okay. But to shave the property, as you see from the pictures, he just shaved it. And what he wants to do, I have no idea. Plant fruit trees, but you know what? The plant fruit trees for family or for a whole division, that's for a whole division, not for a family. For a family, it's okay. But as a hobby, just go outside of Norwalk, go to the outskirts and just get a. That's what I told him. Why don't you just go and get a farm there? He said, oh, no. I need the
city water and sewer.
City water and sewer, which means there might be some kind of concern about the water and the sewer. Now, please bear in mind that the pressure in our area is very, very low.
Water pressure.
The water pressure. So if you have, someone who's irrigated, will use sprinkler or whatever, it will tremendously hold the pressure. You cannot even flush the toilet or take a shower or do anything. So, and to begin with, as I said, from the beginning, he really was not honest about his intention. He just wanted to, he went go on and on and on and say, here's a fact. Now deal with it. And that's what we're doing now, dealing with it. And I hope you will really stop it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Steve, who do we have next in person?
Richard Cohen.
My name is Richard Cohen. I'm at 10 Timothy, right next to 8. Bob and I have had conversations in the past. He asked me personally if there were a couple of trees, if I minded, he took down, were kind of on my property it is, and I actually didn't mind. That's on one side. I also have a little farm that's been approved by the city and the state. I have an alpaca, I have a sheep, I have a goat, and I have chickens. I did not know about the pesticide. I didn't think about that. I'm concerned about that and my 3 dogs that I walk on a certain part of my lawn a lot because I don't like to walk around the neighborhood all the time. So Bob and I have had many conversations. As I say, the biggest concern I have, we eat the eggs from my chickens. The animals outside have their feed out there, and now I'm concerned with, and I understand it's just a spray bottle or whatever it is, but the wind blows and it comes into my yard and the animals eat it. I'll have a problem with that. We invested a lot of money in that area, and it's basically all I have to say. But I wasn't concerned before, but now I'm hearing about pesticides, and that kind of bothers me. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Do we have another participant online who would like to speak?
Yes, we do. Diane Cece, you're up next.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good evening, commissioners and staff. Diane Cece, East Norwalk Neighborhood Association, but this application I'm speaking as a resident. I first want to say, first of all, kudos to the neighbors who I just heard speak. Because obviously they have some serious concerns here. They've done their homework. It sounds like they've made their best efforts to try to mitigate what they ultimately knew was coming their way, and now is before you tonight. I originally was going to hop on here because when I saw the information that was in the staff package, I thought this was more about growing some trees. And we always kind of say kudos to more trees until I dug a little deeper into it and saw the clear cutting that happened. And now I'm seeing from the neighbors there, it's even much more severe than I thought. And as I look at the application before you, I'm not sure that has anything to do with the orchard. I mean, clearly this is to me, this is a commercial operation. There's no doubt about it. If you Google the homeowner too, you'll see the background that he has. And I can't believe that something of this size and nature isn't something commercial. And even if it's to farmers markets, I'd have a concern about delivery trucks and things like that in and out of there. But so two things I want to say here is, like, as I'm looking at this, I'm almost shocked that what's before you isn't some sort of a cease and restore consideration that would come through you or conservation or DPW. I'm just shocked. I'm almost speechless, which some of you will know never happens. That the fact that this was allowed to happen and that what's coming before the city is not a cease and restore order just blows my mind. I think it doesn't have anything to do with what he intends to do with it, even though that I think is bizarre in that location. And for him to claim it's for their own, personal use and maybe to share with family and friends, I think is disingenuous at best. Having had some knowledge about flooding in Norwalk for the past 30 years personally, I can also say that it's always been my understanding that DPW drainage and stormwater runoff manuals have always allowed for or have always stated that you can't do anything on your property that causes your runoff to impact another person's property. And clearly from, I think it's Ms. Hanaka, from the topography and the information that they shared with you, regardless of what that drainage report was, I think it's clear that when you take out that many trees, and these were mature trees, I was also actually just on the Google Maps and took a look at it myself. These were mature trees that would have been, well-rooted and shade trees, etc. I don't see how this isn't going to impact those properties here on Gregory. And I guess that's really what I want to say. I'm very concerned for these neighbors. I hope you take their comments into account. I was actually hopping on tonight for some other stuff that's coming up in my own neighborhood. But I have great sympathy. Again, kudos to those neighbors. And I hope that this thing gets sent back or for after the fact, it gets denied actually, and then gets referred over to DPW and or conservation and any other mechanism we have in this city to help these folks out. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Steve, is there another person?
Kathleen Lesko. That's the last on the sheet.
On this one? Okay, great. Does anybody else in person want to speak to this application who has not spoken yet? Okay.
Hi.
Please.
My name is Kathleen Lesko. I live with my husband who's here and 2 children at 24 Douglas Drive. We're not an adjoining property, but we're about 3 houses catty corner from 8 Timothy. And we've been living there for over 32 years. We moved into the neighborhood because we love the neighborhood. We love the amount of trees, and also the streets are nice and wide and very low traffic on the streets. Our neighbors walk every day on Timothy, on Douglas. And, I walked my young kids in a stroller when they were young. Currently, the neighborhood is seeing a boom of new families with a lot of baby carriages and a lot of young children. So, I'm totally happy about all that. When I first saw the plans and saw the tree cutting, my first concern was, there goes our neighborhood. And, are we going to have trucks coming in here with these over 200 trees, this orchard, Are there gonna be trucks that have to come in to gather the fruit? Are there gonna be workers? Bob told us that's, it's a personal thing tonight, but to have 200 trees on your property, I don't think it's a personal thing. I have 2 apple trees that were on our property when we bought it 33 years ago. And they're a lot of work, and I don't always take care of them, but every year they should be topped because the apples won't grow as well. There's a lot of work to them. Some years we get tremendous amount of apples, other years, nothing. Last year we got 0 apples with the drought. And when we do get apples, there's mold and there's mildew on them and bugs. So the pesticide thing is a real concern. Maybe not for me because I'm a little removed, but definitely for the direct neighbors. The other thing I'd like to bring up is I recently had a large tree on our property looked at to potentially be cut down because it was starting to lean on the house. And I had a botanist or a tree arborist come out. He said that tree will hold 2,000 gallons of water. And if I take it out, there's going to be problems with our basement. So now you take out 30 trees at 8 Timothy. Kayla Hanaka, she has real concerns that where is that water going to go when there's a big rainstorm? It's going to be going right down to her property. So a lot of concerns here. Is this really a family orchard or family, I don't want to even call it an orchard, or is it a quasi-commercial business? I think that we need better plans from Bob and for the city to review before we move forward. I feel very strongly about that. Plans that address traffic, equipment noise. I talked about the topping of our apple trees. That's got to be done every year. I used to do it myself, but I'm over 65 now. And so I have someone come in and top the trees. That's 2 trees. Is it 200 or is it 100? I heard Bob say 100 tonight. So there's just, it's too loosey-goosey here. And in terms of the runoff, is there an escrow account for if Kayla starts getting water in her basement? Who's going to address that? So, I'm here and I'd like to understand if there's really a complete site plan. What are the details? And before we move forward with this, also, if we approve this, are there going to be other thing that are bigger and, that are going to impact our neighborhood? I'd like to preserve our neighborhood the way it is. We're in a district, or is it AAA? I don't know, but we're single family resident and I'd like to preserve that. And I ask for your help to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Right. Does anyone else wish to speak on this application?
I would.
Great. We have someone who raised their hand online, so we'll take them first, but yes, then next.
Christopher K., you're up next.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi.
Can we have your name and address?
Sure, Chris Kaoli, 15 Douglas. I'll just be brief, but I totally understand the concerns Kayla and Kurt had with runoff. There were a lot of trees there, and I know this application is for 8 Timothy, but I do want to mention, and I don't think the drainage report took into account what was done to 6 Timothy, where a lot of the better, more mature trees, maples, were all sitting, because that probably should take into account also, because that's also contributing to the runoff. Because I don't know how much, but we're not talking about an insignificant portion of land. We're talking about 30 feet by 60 feet of all the trees clear cut on 6 Timothy. So I don't know if that requires a separate meeting, but that's not being addressed with the survey that was done for drainage on 8 Timothy. And, my parents also, they've been over 50 years at 11 Douglas. And, that buffer, from 6 Timothy buffered them from 8 Timothy. And that was all clear cut as well in a portion of the yard. And my mom and family are not happy about that either. But, on the other hand, what someone does with their own property, I have some sympathy to be able to do what you want to do as long as it doesn't affect others around you. But, I don't know what kind of permissions were addressed with 6 Timothy, but that should be looked at too as well, especially for drainage. That's all. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. All right, I believe someone in person wanted to speak.
Hi, my name is Karen Murray, 9 Douglas Drive. I'm not an abutting neighbor, but more of a concerned neighbor in the neighborhood. As Mrs. Lesko mentioned, we are a quiet neighborhood. It's single family homes. We don't have commercial businesses in our residency, and this is sounding more and more like that. I think something that's less than a dozen trees would definitely feed your family or friends of fruit. I also have concerns that neighbors brought up on the runoff that will definitely impact the surrounding neighbors unless something is added. I'd also like to know the plan that was submitted, the trees go all the way up to the property. Is this going to stay as a personal residence home? Will workers be living there? Are other people going to be living there? I'm just not sure. I don't see a sign of where's a yard, where's to hang out. All I see is trees. It really does not seem like a residential home anymore. And the other thing too is that there was a thing about watering and use of our water. So if there's drought years or it's a dry summer, I can't imagine just with a hose, you're going to water 200 trees. I have a small garden with a few plants. It takes a long time hand holding that. And that will be using up our resources to be able to water that amount of trees. And I also have a question too on using just a hand spray for pesticide. For 200 trees, the size, doing something by hand, something small, I just have some doubts about that as well. And I would like that raised of how much pesticide will be used and the manner it will be administered. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else wish to speak on this application?
Can I address the drainage or?
Not quite yet. We're still hearing from the public, although in a moment, you and the applicant will have a chance to respond.
Okay. All right.
All right, I'll do one more call. Does anybody else wish to speak on this application? All right, so yes, I will now turn it back to the applicant. If you'd like to begin comments or if you'd like for Mr. Galozzi to begin responses to the public comments that were raised. And as usual, commissioners are able to interject questions as desired.
And I'd be happy to let John take the runoff question.
Please, yeah. Go ahead, Mr. Malozzi, if you would like to talk.
Okay, I want to address just the drainage. I understand I heard a lot of things and I don't want to get into the tree cutting and all that, okay? I want to address one thing the lady that was worrying about the drainage had right is the fact that the cutting trees does increase the water runoff. As she pointed out, the neighbor way back cut trees and he replaced it with grass. Okay, so definitely she did have more runoff and the berm helped that. Now, here the situation is different. Like I pointed out in the report, the drainage would be a lot more without, if we just did the grass or left the way it was, without planting more trees. That's clear. I mean, nobody disputes that. She points out that everything slopes in that direction. There slopes in that direction now. Bob is not proposing to do any regrading, so the drainage will be the same. Then you have to remember one thing is that water runoff stormwater, whatever, runs on the ground, not on trees. So it's what happens on the ground, the vegetation on the ground, the soil. That's where these CN values that I was talking about before come from, and that they are really, if I read that, the CN value is not a single static number, but rather a parameter determined by the interaction of several surfaces and subsurface conditions. So there's a lot of things going on. The USDA and the NRCS in developing these numbers, they've done a lot of studies. So to address, and I stand by the fact that this is being developed with the trees, the final what is being proposed here, that there will be no additional impact on the neighbors compared to what it is now or what it was before. So other than that, it's a basic. If I run the lady before pointed out, I did not run. I only ran in 2 years. So the only reason I had the 2-year storm because when we develop drainage models, the 2-year storm is important because it addresses the erosion of the property, not the volume itself. I did not run anything on the volume because when you go on 25 years, whatever, the formula is the same before and after. The only thing that changes is CN number. The CN number is not changing, so therefore there is no additional volume of velocity and volume of water coming into the neighbor's properties. Basically, if he kept the trees down and did not replace them, they would be right. There'd be a lot more runoff. But when the replanting and the water runoff, remember the water runs on the ground, not any place else. And when I talk about the trees, these large trees in an area like that, large trees, they also create an impervious area. Large trunks, large trees don't allow the water to drain down into the ground. It goes into the surface, especially on the eventually, of course, on a small event storm, the water penetrates through. But when you talk about what floods basement, what floods this 25 years, 20-year storms, the velocity that goes on it, the trees will not let the water drip down because of where they're located. So, but that's not as important. Important is the overall value of the CN of the property before and after. And here, with the additional planting he has, so he's planting also where you saw in the picture was the green areas where it was grass, that'd be all trees now. That will change. That's what makes the average decrease, is that he's improving the entire property, not just where he cut the trees. So all other comments on trees, and it's not my concern. My concern is the water. And I could tell you that based on what I've seen and what the numbers I ran through, that the neighbors should not worry about the additional runoff. Thank you.
Harvey, do you have a question?
Yeah, either to Mr. Malozzi or Mr. Vance. Like, after planting, how long does it take trees' nature to become fully established and kind of reach their kind of maximum, like from a hydrologic perspective? How long does it take them to kind of like fully establish and get to those values you cited in the report?
Well, it's actually it's not the trees, the roots. It's the grade. Is really the ground itself. Has nothing to do with the roots of the trees. Is that the way the water runs, the way the water slows down and it stays in the ground, has nothing to do with roots or the maturity of the tree. Okay, has to do more with the ground, because on top of this, he will have to, he has to worry about erosion there. He will have to plant some low vegetation or small grass or whatever. It can't just leave everything bare. because we have to address the erosion of the site too, so he has to do that. So the roots of the tree have no impact on the drainage.
Any further questions, Ryan?
No.
Building off of that, I want to understand a little bit more on the vegetation piece. Just to make sure I heard you correctly, you were saying before that the drainage is not impacted by the presence of trees or their caliper. Did I hear that correct?
Right. It's not the caliper of the trees. There is no impact on it. Again, it's what happened to the soil under the trees. When you're planting it, the ground ability to absorb the water when there was a storm event.
Okay. Are there, you mentioned as well about the ground and ground cover. Is there a particular vegetation or ground cover that can help with absorption of water in a drainage situation?
Probably, and with the trees the way they are, probably the low grass will work in helping out.
So I had planned to
short grass,
mulch
low
the
grass,
area around the tree itself with wood chips, and then in between the rows and further from the tree would just be grass.
Okay, thank you. Another piece I wanted to clarify, I think we talked about this before the public comment, but wanted to solidify it as well, is from what I'm hearing, the number, the CN number that was from the original state of the site of 70 only took into account the area that was wooded. Is that correct?
I'm sorry?
So the area, so in your analysis, when you derived the CN value of 70, that was only taking into account the area that was wooded, correct? Not the open lawn?
Yes, okay, exactly, because that's how the area that was wooded versus the area that was grass, and then overall, when we put it back, so I used this, let's say a value of 76 or 78 for the grass, 70 for the old wooded area, okay, and then I use 72 for the new area.
Sure.
So if you take the average, it may be low, less than that.
I see. And so
only to what he has done, then there is an increase. But if you do an overall of the site, will be a decrease. And it makes sense because the slope, it's not that the top part, the grass was sloping away from the down side. So the slope was still the same. So the water from the grass was going in that direction too. So it's the same.
Okay, so just to make sure I have this, so the initial measurement of the 70 for the CN value was just the wooded area, and then the 79 was looking at the
grass area
lawn that was cleared, looking at a larger space, and then the final 72 is evaluating the entire yard with the proposed plantings. Okay,
right.
Okay, and so if you were to have generated a CN value for the entire yard in its original state, what you're saying is it would have been higher than 72 previously because there was a significant portion of grass.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, great. Wanted to make sure I was understanding that. One more question I have for you as it relates to drainage is about a berm or some sort of structure to help with runoff or erosion. Can you speak to how that plays a role here? You've talked about how trees, for example, aren't necessarily providing the drainage control. Would putting a berm, say, near the property line, allow for absorption into the ground instead of erosion and flooding off?
Well, what I do, berms, what we do is don't help per se keeping water in the ground. What they do, they keep it above ground, and then when the storm is going, then the water will go down. They create like temporary ponds to control the erosion. Sure, that would that helps. Of course, it does, and but if you need it.
Okay. Is that something that you evaluated for this site? And
It don't- it
maybe
does-
either of you?
I don't think it needs on the site, but anything you do, it always helps. I mean, you could do belt suspenders and other things, but basically, I'm addressing the drainage as I see it.
Yep. Thank you. Those were the questions I had on drainage. Anybody else have questions? Mr. Vance, were there other components you wanted to address?
Sure.
I know you just focused on the.
Hold on, Jabin.
Oh.
Galen's raising her hand.
Oh, I'm sorry, Galen. My apologies. Please go ahead.
I have a question, but it's not about drainage. It's about the water supply. So I should probably ask the property owner about that.
No, I did not address the water supply for that. That probably is a different.
Right. But they were
different
talking
item.
about the water pressure going down because he would be watering the plants.
No, I understand
I
what
wanted
you're saying.
Not to ask you, but to ask the
Oh.
property owner, what is the water source? Is it city water or are there wells in the
It
area?
is city water, and it was mentioned by one of the people that city water and city sewer were something that I wanted. It's actually something that my wife wanted and was important in our house purchase decision. So I wanted a decent sized yard to be able to plant things, and she wanted city water and city sewer because she feels they're more reliable. So it's not something that I needed from a planting perspective.
So your use of water should have no effect on the neighbors, the amount of water the neighbors can get from city water.
No, and any neighbor could be using a hose at any given time. It's not something that we wouldn't be at a increased flow rate compared to a normal resident.
Well, even if you use more than a hose, it's coming from the city water supply. It's not like it's coming from a shared well.
Yes.
So your use of water doesn't have any impact on their ability to use water.
Just one additional person using water, yes.
Okay. The other question I have for you is, excuse me, where you cut trees down on their property, would you be willing to replant their property with trees of their choice?
So I did cut down trees on the one to my right, 6. I believe one of the people spoke and showed a picture between the 2 fences. I completely spoke with everyone ahead of time on these questions. So they were very agreeable, said no problem at all. So along that property line, those trees were cut. On the other side, as Rich mentioned, there were a couple trees that were along our property line that I cut as well. One that he didn't want cut, so I ended up with his agreement just pruning it back. For Kurt, I actually spoke with his wife and she had agreed for me to cut trees, but then when they were actually being cut, evidently Kurt hadn't realized that, so he came out and objected. So we did not continue cutting trees in his property, because even though we initially had permission from the wife, we did not have his permission, so we stopped that one.
Well, without regard to that, would you be willing to replant where you cut down trees on neighbors' property?
I would be happy to plant things. I would prefer to plant things that don't get too tall so that they don't shade. I mean, the whole reason to cut them down in the first place was so that it wouldn't shade. But decent sized shrubs that get 10 or 15 feet tall would be no problem at all. I would be happy to have those. Seems like it'd be a good thing in general. I've actually got, I found Rose of Sharon are a very nice shrub that stays at a reasonable height. It is very decorative. Plenty of seedlings of those I can even transplant over if anyone would like.
You know that, your need for no shade.
But I would prefer not to plant something that'll become 100-foot tall.
Cut down trees on their property, if they object. And she seems to be objecting with this.
Yes, so that one, I believe there was a tree that was on the property line. There were actually two trees that were close. The one that she showed with the arrow was actually on their property, but was only supposed to be pruned. They demanded the survey before we did anything, so I actually told the cutters to not touch either of those trees. One that was close and one that was just to be pruned on their property. Communications wise, there was an issue. There was no ribbon on the tree, but the tree cutters did cut down the tree that was close to the line. So I did apologize to Jacob about that one. It was not my intention. I was not trying to deceive him. But sometimes communication issues do occur. The other neighbors where trees were cut down was definitely spoken of ahead of time, and I did have their agreement information.
And they're not complaining about it, those neighbors. Are they, or are they complaining about it?
I don't believe so.
Okay, so the woman who is complaining about it, would you be willing to replace the tree that you cut down that she didn't want, or the trees that you cut down that she did not want cut down?
She showed some pictures of 1/2 or 1 inch caliper bushes. I think those I would be happy to put something back there. And the larger tree, I mean, we can definitely do something too.
I see. Thank you.
JJ?
Yes, good evening. I am concerned about some of the complaints that were made that you proceeded to cut down trees before you even had a permit.
So previous to 2024, it sounds like no permit was needed. And when I searched online, I couldn't find anything about needing a permit. I also spoke to the tree cutter, and he said he had never needed a permit to cut down trees in Norwalk either. So that is why we proceeded as we did.
I'd like to get weigh-in from Steve and also from Amelia on this particular matter.
I don't know if Amelia's still on. Oh, Amelia's on.
Yeah, she didn't really participate.
Anyway,
Yeah,
this one.
Brian, yes, more staff. JJ, do you have a specific question?
Yes, well, I mean, is there standing here? I mean, if he's saying that no permit was needed, is that correct?
No, because that's why we're here now. I think what he's saying, he wasn't aware that he needed a permit, but the regulations came into effect February 2024. So, what is it, 18 months or so after the implementation date that he started his work. I mean, yeah, I guess if you didn't know exactly where to look, that you might not have known, but that doesn't mean that you're absolved from obtaining permits, which is kind of why we're here tonight.
Yeah, agreed. I'm just saying that's how we got here, is that when I looked, I did not see anything about needing a permit. After the planning and zoning violation that directed me to a specific area, I was able to locate the rule, and I see it. I did not see it when I was starting out.
And will this farm be used for commercial use?
So that was one of the things several people talked about, not believing that I do this as like my own personal undertaking. I definitely do not hire anyone. This is something I have a passion for and enjoy growing fruit. Whether people believe it or not, I mean, it is what I do. I retired last year, and this is what I like to spend a lot of time on, aside from pickleball and a few other sports, but it's growing fruit.
What will you be doing with the fruit once it comes to harvest?
So often, if I have excess at a particular time, I have friends and family that I give it to. And if there's too much, I have several people that go to farmers markets that are happy to take it off my hands. I do not have trucks coming and going. I would usually just drive it over to them and give them a box. It's not like, we're not talking massive quantities here. I mean, I think the most I ever sold at one time was like 100 pounds of peaches that I picked. So it's not like there's carloads full of fruit. It's more of a small scale type thing.
And final question, will this be fenced off from wild animals?
Yes, so there is a
Predators?
white vinyl privacy fence that's being placed around it. One of the things that I'm also planning to do is about 5 feet inside the fence, put muscadine vines along one side, and this probably needs an update. Kiwi vines along the other side, hardy kiwis, the not fuzzy kind. The thought being that a 6-foot fence will deter deers, but it will not stop them. But if the deer sees that the landing area 4 to 6 feet inside the fence is blocked, they tend to not try to make a jump because they don't have a clear place to land. So along the perimeter of the fence, except in the extreme south part where there's not enough sun, I would have those vines growing. In the south, I'll need to figure out some other thing to block the landing zone for those deer. But it's definitely something I've considered.
Thank you.
Question a little bit more for staff, but if in a couple of years the neighbors still have a concern that the use of this property is like now primarily agricultural, like what would the staff do, and what is the process from that point?
So I think that would be something you should address in your conditions, that, you know, indicating that it's not for commercial purposes. You know, I don't think it's technically, we would have something in the regulations now that could address that. I don't think it's permitted, exactly what he's looking at or could be looking at. So I think that's what we're intending with conditions.
Okay, thank you.
And one thing people did reference was 200 fruit trees. It is approximately 100 trees. The total number indicated on the planting plan has a large number of berries. So I see 23 blackberries, 40 raspberries, 5 blueberries. Blueberry bushes are not that big. 40 raspberry canes are quite small. It basically becomes a little 3 or 4 foot tall hedge of berries. So we're not talking 200 full-size trees here. Black currants are also fairly small bushes that are spaced generally about 4 to 5 feet apart. Spacing did come up as another question. Jujube spacing, I think someone had suggested, was 20 feet. They actually can be grown as close as 5 feet, but I've found about 10 is a reasonable compromise between growth and spacing. I have grown jujubes for quite some time, over 100 different varieties. Many of these trees are multi-grafted, so more than one variety per tree. I probably grow the most varieties of jujubes of anyone in the United States. So I have significant experience with them. If they're worried about invasive roots, it is not something that should get anywhere near their houses. Same for basements. Both houses are, I think, 180 and 120 feet away. I looked on the map. So there is no worry about that. They will occasionally send up a sucker, usually just mow those down, unless I want to start a new tree, in which case I dig it up and transplant it. Let's see, anything else people mentioned? Yes, there is the 6-foot vinyl privacy fence. That should help with Kurt's concerns some, but obviously bushes, trees, etc. can also increase privacy. Spraying, I think, was something mentioned by several people. I definitely don't spray things that don't need it. So the things that along both sides, the muscadines and the kiwis, neither of which need sprays, at least as I've grown them in the past. So that should definitely help with the buffers on both sides. At the bottom of the yard, there isn't anything planted within 30 feet of the end, and then even at that point, most things are things like black currants, gooseberries, or honeyberries, which don't need any sprays either. So the things that need sprays are not right along the edges. And as I mentioned earlier, I do not use any large-scale spraying equipment. If anyone's at risk from the sprays, it's going to be me. So I do try to choose times when it's not windy, because I don't want it blowing back in my face. I hope I addressed the things that people brought up. If there is anything else that I should bring up or where you guys feel there were any points that I didn't address, please remind me. My notes are not that readable, so.
Thank you.
Well,
Oh, go ahead, Galen, please.
So if you give or sell this to people who are going to farmers markets, you would put them in a crate, put the fruit in a crate. And
I usually have a cardboard box. The kind of cardboard boxes with handles, I've used that. And
okay, so you put it in a cardboard box and they would come pick it up.
I had one person who wanted to pick it up, and I've also, that same person, I've occasionally just driven it to the market, and given it to them.
Because I must say, I go farmers markets during the summer, like constantly, and I don't ever see big trucks at farmers markets. You know, the biggest truck, there's a big fruit grower that comes down from, I think
the time they picked it up from me, it was a minivan. And if I drive it over, it's a minivan. So it's not really, not too different either way. I would not expect any significant level of traffic though.
Right, that's what I suspected, but I wanted you to confirm. Okay, thank you.
Definitely not early in the morning. I am not a morning person. So if they want something, it's got to be the day before or at a reasonable hour.
What's your rough projected like annual yield like across this orchard?
That really depends on how long. So one of the things I've seen is jujube trees do start to produce more and more over time. For the first 3 years, you might get only a few fruit, and then 5 years in, it might be a pound per tree. 10 years in, some trees produce 5 pounds, others produce 40 pounds. It's a huge variance. Someone did mention they're not necessarily native to the area, so it is a bit of a work in progress. The other trees, by year 3 or 4, there could start to be a reasonably significant amount. If I get massive amounts that are more than I can consume or give away on a reasonable basis, one of the things that I've realized is thinning fruit makes the fruit much higher quality, larger and higher Brix, higher sugar levels. So as time goes on, when I get overproduction, what it tells me is the next year I need to thin more so that I get better quality fruit. Because I'm not looking to get massive quantities. I want to get the highest quality that I can. So part of that is dedicating as much of the tree's resources into a piece of fruit to make it as sweet and as large as possible. So oversupply is not something that I usually have to deal with on a long-term basis because I factor that into the next year's thinning.
The only 2 comments that I heard and would like you to address is in relation to the compost location and then the request of a berm or a retaining wall. Those were 2 that were brought up earlier in the comments.
So, I mean, as long as it's somewhere in that 30 feet at the bottom of the yard, it doesn't matter to me particularly where the compost pile was. I kind of feel like the place it is most ideal because that's where the ground is sloping away. So when I had the guys there with the equipment, I had them take the boulders that were sitting around at random points in the yard and just kind of pile them in that area. Figuring that would be a good place to be able to put the compost. So there's actually a line of boulders there to serve as like a backing so that stuff won't spill everywhere. Obviously, it's not good to have to chase your compost around all the time to be able to turn it. So I like the idea of having something to help support it on the downhill side. So I kind of like where it is from that perspective. That was the area that's the most steep, and I've got the most piled to protect against that steepness. So I have considered that aspect. But if someone really wanted it in a different part of that 30-foot strip, I could definitely do that. It's not the end of the world. I'd probably need to get someone to move the boulders because I think it'd be good to have those boulders help support the compost. And then as I've been planting trees, I've been chucking rocks into the pathways. I'll eventually collect all those and add them to the boulders as well. It's a bit laborious.
And then the last was on the berm or retaining wall along the south of the property or the rear of the property.
I hadn't wanted to change any grading just because I was worried that it would cause issues for permits and such. But if you guys wanted me to put a berm like 5 foot from the fence, that would actually be ideal in a sense that it would be something that I could use to block the deer as well from jumping in. So if you wanted something all the way along the south fence for 5 feet away from it, that'd be kind of cool, actually. That'd solve 2 problems at once.
Tammy?
Yes. With regard to the berm, maybe this is for staff, but is that a permit required addition to a property?
We have to, I mean, we have grading standards now for the, what you're allowed to have for a pitch in relation to setback. So we'd have to take a look. I don't think it would stop you from doing a berm, but there's definitely a certain distance and a rise and a run that we restrict you to.
Okay, and I just want to confirm that the south edge of the property is what abuts Mr. and Mrs. Hanaka's property?
Yes.
Okay, and if we require the applicant to do that, would those property owners be able to speak, in favor of or against? Because we wouldn't want to require the applicant to do something that they don't want. Maybe they'd rather have trees planted as opposed to a berm. And would the berm be on the inside of the applicant's fence or the outside?
Yeah, not at this point. So this is at your discretion.
Okay. And could we call them back up if, the Hanakas, could we call them back up if this is something that we want to put in the resolution?
No.
Okay.
So we could structure a condition where we defer to working with staff on identifying a berm. Is that sufficient? And then if there's something significant enough, it would either need to come as a new application or back to us?
My guess would be we could definitely avoid having it to come back.
Okay.
Yeah, because the berm, it's not going to be a 10-foot high berm. It's not, not talking about that kind of volume of water.
If we could make a decision on that soon, though, the fence actually is done on the west side of the property, and starting tomorrow, I believe they're doing the south. So we should decide if
you would likely have a decision tonight.
Okay, that would be perfect.
Mr. Vale, is the fence immediately on the very edge of your property?
It's 6 to 8 inches inside of the surveyed property is what it's planned to be.
Okay. Well, I would, if we have any sway over this, Steve, I would think we would want to do what the neighbor wanted, since they are the most impacted and some of their trees were removed.
Yeah, I think you have the ability to require the berm, and then if you also wanted to have a requirement about additional screening, I think that's within your purview as well.
To clarify my prior statement, you'll have a decision on whether or not we require a berm tonight. The details of what that might look like, you'll have to work with staff, and that will take some time itself. But you'll know tonight whether or not you'll need to make adjustments.
Well, the reason I was suggesting it'd be good to know if there's a problem with putting the fence where that is, or if I can do the fence and then we can put the berm.
I think you can do the berm on your side. I think that's fine.
Inside of the fence.
Yeah.
Are there other questions for the applicant? Mr. Vance, do you have anything else you'd like to add?
I don't think so. I'm sure there's something I missed to address, but I beg forgiveness for that. And thank you for taking so much time on this.
Thank you. You covered the items that I had flagged from public comments, so thank you for doing so. Is there a motion for this application? Thank you, Galen. Is that a motion to approve? Yes, okay. Is there a second for that motion?
A second.
Thank you. All right, Brian, do you have a resolution that you can pull?
So, been trying to come up with language as you guys have been
Thank you.
deliberating. So the highlighted is new. So the first would be to address the commercial component of or any potential commercial component of the future use of the property for the orchard. And then 4 is regarding the berm. And then the last piece, which you had been discussing, was any replacement landscaping. I'm not sure if anyone has any ideas of language that they'd like to see. What's tricky is the balance between what Mr. Vance had wanted in terms of not wanting it to be too tall to shade his trees versus that it's private property, that's the neighbor's property, and they could essentially plant whatever they'd like, and they could, if they so choose, could plant something that would do that. So I would just keep that in mind. I'm not sure kind of.
Brian, could we say, and we'll work with staff and neighbors on agreement, a replacement of trees?
What did we do for 284 New Canaan? Like we had a condition in there that was similar in shape to what I think you're describing, Galen, where we asked them to work with neighbors. And I don't know that we got more specific on that.
Yeah. Paraphrasing that one, I think it was that the applicant shall reach out to the abutting property owners to see if they wanted additional screening installed on their property. I think in this instance, I think there's 3 or 4 neighbors. So it's just a question of, I think it would be on their property. So like, as Brian pointed out, they have the ability to plant whatever they felt was appropriate. It could be a 50-foot tall tree. Obviously the applicant doesn't want that, but I don't think that's his decision to make on that. So
yeah, I agree with that. And I think that there's outside of the zoning process, right? Like legal recourse and civil adjudication that can happen. That's not in our purview. Right. Yeah.
I was thinking that it would be helpful to put in a component of restitution since he went and cut down their trees without their knowledge.
Yeah, I worry about our authority to do that. Like I see that more as like a civil complaint and suit, and having like a judge rule on that. I don't know that that's something we can rule on. I'm not sure if SAP feels differently, but that's just
I share that concern. Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
I don't disagree with you, JJ. I'd be thinking the same as if it happened to my property.
right, I agree with JJ, but perhaps that is out of our purview. But you can't replace a 50-foot tree. That takes years to grow. So if those neighbors were aggrieved and their property was damaged, then I guess it's not in our purview to resolve that. But
Yeah, I think if you think of like if anybody were to cut down a tree on your property and it, and no permit is required, especially to go to a commission, I mean, the restitution is kind of held between property owners. I don't know what our ability is to require anything for that.
right, so you're saying they would have to get a lawyer, each person or something like that.
Right.
Yeah, I didn't see any stumps that were for 50-foot trees. They were really pretty small stumps in the photo she showed us.
Yeah, Galen, would language saying that the applicant must offer? I'm trying to think of the exact language.
yeah,
here.
I know that's where the tricky part comes in. Maybe table that one.
Yeah, I think if I'm remembering 284 New Canaan, was there some sort of like time limit on it so that, we gave them a period of time to work with the neighbors to come to some sort of agreement. That way it's kind of not this ongoing issue.
Right.
I think you're right, Brian, and we worked that long and hard
Yeah.
because it was on their property, but it was the sight lines that all the clear cutting had opened up.
Right.
Work with neighbors to, oh, okay. To agree on replacing trees? Remove, yes.
Yeah, I think the only thing you have to be careful with is the latter part of where you're going is if they're just in complete disagreement on what should get planted, if anything, and who's making that call on what's appropriate or not appropriate, that I don't think I want to be in that position.
I think they should have to replace it with whatever they took down. If they want a maple tree, they should be able to get a maple tree and have it planted on their property if it was cut down illegally on their property.
Only tricky thing is we don't know what was cut down.
Cut like vegetation.
Replace in kind or something to that. effect.
We should define that too, because to plant like a 50-foot tree, if that was what was there, versus planting a 10-foot tree from the nursery is two different things.
Of a certain caliber, if that helps.
Yeah, that's the kind of specificity.
Okay.
I think maybe, once you're done, Brian, circle back to the beginning that there should be some kind of a letter that goes to the neighbors or something, just some communication. Yeah.
Well, he said that some of the neighbors consented to the removal of the trees, but some clearly didn't. So where trees have been removed without the neighbors' consent, or without their permission, I'm sorry.
There may be neighbors that don't want any trees planted. That's fine as long as they're contacted and
right.
Verify that. That's fine.
Right. No, I hadn't read the whole sentence. I'm sorry. Yeah, I think that sounds good. That what you have here, Brian, is good.
All right, then we just need some sort of, yeah, go ahead, Steve.
Were you gonna say something?
Yeah, when we're ready, I want to talk about a different condition, but let's finish this.
Yeah, I think there should be a condition about the ground cover.
Okay.
Being installed ground cover installed as soon as possible.
Before that,
that's my biggest worry is the runoff and erosion.
Yeah. On this one, I think we time boxed it for 284 New Canaan. Is there a way, I'm trying to see where to fit in here, like, within 30 days, within 45 days, something like that. So this doesn't leave it open for in perpetuity. They must work with the neighbors to plant.
Yeah, I'd probably say 30 just because 30, the planting time is
sure. Yep.
Optimal.
Yeah, within 30 days of this approval. Thank you, Brian. Appreciate your drafting. Harvey, I think you had a condition.
So normally I skim right by the erosion control bond, but it seems pretty important in this case. So what exactly does that entail?
So this is usually on most applications that you guys see, we have a condition that the applicant submit an erosion and control bond. Generally, it's determined based on there's some set dollar amount per linear square foot of silt fencing and or hay bales that would need to be installed. In some cases, anti-tracking pads, things like that. So that wouldn't apply in this case, but we would essentially put a bond in, and this would also cover landscaping. So he would give us some sort of monetary number based on his planting plan to make sure that what is planted per that plan kind of survives, and makes it for at least a period of 1 year. So that's submitted to staff, and we hold that for a period of 1 year.
That was, and we can discuss, but that was going to be my question, was kind of, given the circumstances, does it make sense to extend that for a longer time horizon? Because like there was a lot of disturbance, like we're coming at this post facto. Should we kind of extend the bond time horizon?
Unless Steve thinks so, I think that's within your discretion to have a longer bonding period in terms of how long we hold on to a bond.
Yeah, I don't see why you can't.
Okay.
Brian, does this cover number 6 here? Does it cover beyond just the bonding piece? Like, is this covering a plan that will be submitted to you? That could also cover the ground cover piece you were just speaking about before, Steve?
Yeah, as part of the erosion control bond.
Okay.
Yeah, and in this case, I mean, most of this bond is going to be related to the planting plan because most of the work has been done. So it's until they're not knocking anything down where there's probably going to be additional runoff as compared to what was there, where you need a silt fence to catch any additional runoff. So most of this bond is probably going to be related to the landscaping plan.
Should we have a condition separate to this that talk about the quick install of the ground cover or a berm?
I think they would, yeah, Brian's got a condition about the berm, right? I saw that, number 4.
Did I miss that? Oh, I skipped right past it.
And it should be, I think there should be one about the ground cover install, because that, to me, that's the biggest factor for the runoff is
Sure.
and the potential heavy June storm with grasses and plants.
Yep. Shall plant the ground cover within the first 35 days? I don't know.
Might be early for,
Okay.
yeah, it's a little early for grass, but yeah.
Yeah.
Not according to my neighbor. They were going gung ho.
Yeah, it was 20-something degrees last night. So.
Good luck to your neighbor. Is there other stabilization that they could do now before planting season? Like, I'm not a hydrologist. So.
I mean, if he's gonna put grass, you're not gonna put wood chips down because the grass is not gonna grow into the wood chips.
Right, but like, yeah, hay or I'm trying to think of like.
They could, I mean, when typically if he's gonna just seed, he's gonna hay on top of the seed. But it would be hard. You'd have to rake the hay up, put the seed down, put the hay back on. So.
You should be able to plant grass now.
You don't think so?
My landscaper's planting grass and putting hay on it. He said
Maybe 50 degrees.
I don't know. He said you can grow anytime except July and August too.
All right.
I sure hope it's 50 degrees. And
It's going to get warmer tomorrow.
Great. I believe the screening was also something that was raised. I know the applicant's planning on having the screening for the fences along all borders as he described. I'm not sure if we want to include something explicitly in here requiring the screening along the property lines. It was presented as part of his application representing he was going to do it. Do we want an additional condition to state that screening is required?
That was that the kiwi vines along the?
More so the fencing, but yeah, go ahead.
I think that the thing with the screening is it needs to be on the outside of the applicant's fence, because otherwise now those neighbors are just looking at the white fence. I don't know if that's within our purview. There's drainage issues, which is more like the berm, and the screening issues is that all of those trees were removed, and now they're just looking at bare open space and a fence. So the screening should be outside the fence, but then who's going to take care of it? I don't know if you can get outside the fence to water it.
Yeah. Yeah, worried about requiring plantings outside the fence because they would have to move the fence into their property in order to.
Right,
for us
but
to
then
require the planting.
Then what good is the screening?
Well, the fence providing the screening, I think there was concern, like, I guess what I'm getting at is not necessarily screening of the fence, but having screening in place, so that a fence, acts as the screening.
Right, okay, yes, I see. One could look at it both ways, and at first I get the fence is the screening, but on the other hand,
Sure.
it's a white plastic fence.
Yeah,
Right now it's blank, but it will be beyond the fence. There will be trees in the future. There'll be fruit trees.
Yeah, but they won't be seen because they're on the other side of the fence. They're
Well,
inside
top
the
of
fence. Well, eventually.
Are there any other conditions or modifications to this draft resolution? Galen, I believe that you motioned to approve this. Do you approve the amendments?
Yes.
Harvey? Yeah. Okay. Wonderful. Is there any other comments on this draft resolution? Hearing none. Brian, do you mind calling the roll?
Sure. Let's start with person. We'll go with Miss Wells,
Yes.
Miss Langalis,
Yes, but I'm sad he cut down all the trees.
Mr. Jones,
Yes, and I agree with Commissioner Langalis.
Miss Lankowski,
Yes, and I agree. I'm sad he cut down all the trees.
Mr. Hubers.
Yes.
Miss Jordan Byron.
Well, I must have missed the part of discussion where we're limiting their ability or we're limiting the ability to become commercial. Did we discuss that?
Yes.
Yeah, and that is one of the conditions. It is not allowed to become a commercial operation.
Okay, so I'll approve.
Miss Wells, did I call on you?
Yes, you did. And
Okay.
I said yes.
And then lastly, Mr. Bryce.
Yes. With the same reservations from before. So that passes unanimously. Thank you for your application tonight. Thank you everyone for your testimony tonight. Just as a reminder, please pull permits before you start. Thank you. All right, so before our next application, it is 8:19. So we are going to take a 5-minute break, 10-minute break. 8:30. Stay good. Back at 8:30. Back at 8:30. So we're going to take a break. We will resume at 8:30 p.m. Thank you.
Right. So Chapin, I'm going to drop off
Okay.
for my class.
Sure. I started in a moment. We will call back to order the Planning and Zoning Commission. Next is another public hearing. It is 2026-16 special permit 204 Flax Hill LLC, Edward Gormley, 204 Flax Hill Road, District 2, Block 48, Lot 44. Special permit for a historic preservation development for a property currently used as a multifamily per section 4.3.20 of the zoning regulations to renovate an existing historic structure, construct a 4-story addition, and demolish 2 separate existing structures for a total of 53 dwelling units. Public hearing, report, and recommended action. As noted, this is a public hearing. First, we will hear a presentation from the applicant. After that, we will open it to public comment. We allow folks to speak once and for as long as they want. But we ask that you are concise and clear. That way we can ensure that your points are communicated and others have their time to speak. The portion of public comment is not a dialogue. The applicant will respond to all comments at the end. And we ask, of course, that you are polite with your comments, that you start with your full name and address. So with that, who is representing 204 Flax Hill Road?
Good evening, Commissioner Emma Dignati, along with Adam Blank, who's joining virtually on behalf of Workforce Partners, LLC, through one of its entities, 204 Flax Hill, LLC. May I begin?
Please.
Okay, thank you. So Workforce Partners is the owner of approximately 1.4 acres of property located at 204 Flax Hill Road. We're here on a special permit modification application tonight. The property is located in the CD3 zone, and the main structure on the property, which is a historic home called the Mansion, is listed on the local historic resources inventory. I'm just going to share my screen here. So we've provided staff with copies of the certified mail and certificates of mailing that were sent out both for the notice of special permit application and for the hearing tonight. We've also sent staff a picture of the sign posted on the property notifying the public of tonight's hearing. You can see on the screen an aerial here. The property outlined in yellow is the property we're here with tonight. As you can see from the aerial, there are currently 4 buildings on the property. This building on the front where you see my mouse, that's the building that fronts on Flax Hill Road. That's the mansion. And then there's this building right here directly behind the mansion, as well as this smaller 3rd building back here. And finally, this 4th building at the rear of the property. Last year, you granted Workforce Partners a special permit for 204 Flax Hill to perform a historic preservation development at the site, which included rehabilitation of the mansion, very similar, actually the same for the mansion that you see here tonight, as well as demolition and reconstruction of another building on site with additional housing units. That work has not commenced. With that application, the building that was going to be demolished is this 3rd building back here that I'm circling, and a larger building was going to be constructed in its place, where you can see this gray outline. These were the plans that you all approved last June. So since that prior approval, Workforce Partners has retained a new architect, Vinefield Architecture, to redesign the proposed new structures on the property. So if you can see here, now the current proposal is still to take down this 3rd building back here, but also now this 2nd building behind the mansion, and to replace it with this one singular, more cohesive and aesthetically pleasing building within the property. So as a result, Workforce Partners has revised, its plans, and now they've filed this application to redesign the previously approved development while still continuing to rehabilitate and renovate and preserve the existing mansion house on the property. Very importantly, the proposal does not change the number of housing units proposed at the site. We're not asking for anything more than you previously approved, just a change in the layout and the design of the site, thanks to the work of Vinefield. So I'll show you. At the top of the screen here is the existing structure on the site, and at the bottom is the current proposal. So as you see from the plans, we're again proposing the same robust upgrades to the mansion house. These were approved back in June 2025. They include a simulated cross gable on the facade and west elevation, as well as recreation of the wraparound porch and replacement of the dome at the top floor to accentuate the structure's architecture and prominence. We're also going to be removing this unsightly asphalt parking area at the front of the mansion. The goal here is just to ensure that the mansion, which is one of Norwalk's important historic resources, is located within a cohesive, culturally significant development while continuing to provide housing to those who need it most. So tonight I'm just going to overview the project with you, and we'll then hear from Andy Sumalides, the civil engineer and with landscaping with Landtech, as well as Colin Grothier with Vinefield Architecture. Now, Ed Gormley, I believe, is on the Zoom, and also on behalf of ownership, we have Doug Adams and Manzar Kafaji here. They'll be able to answer any questions that you may have, and I'll turn it over to Doug briefly now to give an overview on Workforce Partners.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair and Commissioners and staff. I'm Doug Adams. I'm with Workforce Partners. Workforce Partners is an owner-operator of lowercase w workforce housing units based in Norwalk. We purchase dilapidated buildings, properties in need of capital improvements, updating and modernization. We then lease the revitalized units at modest rents to the working class of Norwalk. We fill the housing gap for those that can't afford luxury units, but make too much to qualify for the affordable deed restrictive units in the city. Typical units owned by Workforce Partners cater to those earning 60 to 100% of the average area median income, Rents are always discounted for everyday heroes, including teachers, firefighters, police, EMTs, municipal employees, and others. We concentrate our operations in Norwalk, where we own numerous properties, including 132 Flax Hill, 138 Flax Hill, 50 Connecticut Avenue, 30 West Avenue, 35 Clay Street, about 6 or 8 more than that, as well as this property. And we look forward to answering any questions you might have tonight.
As I said, the property currently consists of 4 multifamily buildings and a total of 36 units of housing. Workforce Partners proposes to renovate and rehabilitate that existing historic structure, demolish the 2 existing non-historic buildings on the property, and build a single, more cohesive new building to replace those 2 older buildings, which will add a total of 17 housing units from what is there right now. So a total of 53 units are proposed to be included in the revised development, which, like I said, is the same number that were approved last year. And as a result, in the increase in unit count by 17, the applicant's proposing to include 2 additional workforce housing units, 1 one-bedroom and 1 two-bedroom, which will lead to a total of 4 workforce housing units on the property, 2 one-bedrooms and 2 two-bedrooms. As you know, under your historic preservation regulation, the purpose of which is to encourage the preservation of structures like the mansion, certain of the zoning requirements can be waived or modified. On the special permit application in front of you tonight, we're asking for a modest increase in density and building and retaining wall height, as well as a modest decrease in retaining wall setbacks from what is normally allowed in the CD3. And again, the density increase we're asking for is the same that you already gave us at this site with the prior design. So in the CD3, we're allowed as of right to build buildings up to 3.5 stories in height. We're proposing a very minor increase in the height of only one of those 3 buildings in the completed development, and it's this new building in gray on the slide. So that one building will technically only be 3.5 stories tall, but that top half story doesn't meet your definition in your regulations of a half story. So officially it's 4 stories, which is why we're asking for that modest waiver there. And then also in the CD3, we're required to place any retaining walls a minimum of 5 feet from the lot or building sightline, and we're allowed to build them up to a maximum of 4 feet in height. With the grading issues we're facing at the site, we're proposing a retaining wall within that 5 feet, 3.5 feet exactly, and slightly above the height requirement at 5.2 feet. We're not seeking any relief from any other setback regulation, nor are we seeking relief on parking or any other regulation at all. These modifications will allow us to invest substantial sums of money into improving the interior and exterior of the site and preserving its historic significance. So, the mansion on the property, as you can see in its previous splendor in this upper left picture on the slide, was constructed around 1890. It's constructed in the Queen Anne style, and it originally had an asymmetrical cross gable plan with a dome tower, a full width 1-story wraparound porch, and a porte cochere. A 1956 fire destroyed the original roof and dome, and the porch was removed at a later date, although we propose to refurbish the porch as part of this application. Nevertheless, a substantial amount of the interior architectural detail remains. The mansion was the home of a local coal, lumber, and mason supply merchant, John J. Ferris. Mr. Ferris also served as the director of City National Bank. He was the manager of the South Norwalk Savings Bank, and he served in the Connecticut House of Representatives in the 1880s, and then in the state Senate for the 13th District in the 1890s. As I mentioned previously, we are looking to renovate the mansion. It's still going to offer 6 housing units after that renovation. The renovations are proposed to incorporate many of the lost elements that are hallmarks of the Queen Anne style to really recreate the feeling when the mansion was among a row of other similar prominent structures on the street owned by some of Norwalk's most prominent citizens. The project is also going to include a number of drainage improvements over current conditions. Andy Sumalides will describe those shortly. A traffic impact study was performed by DTS Provident. which compared the impact of the additional units to a prior approval as well as to the current conditions. DTS concluded that the proposal will not generate a significant amount of traffic, nor will it have a significant impact on the current roadway operating conditions. In terms of parking, your regulations initially require 1.3 spaces per unit. That would correspond to 69 required spaces for this development. However, the property is located within 1/8 of a mile of the train station, so only 52 parking spots are required. If we were seeking that 30% downward adjustment under your historic preservation regulations, we would actually only be required to provide 37 parking spaces. Nevertheless, the applicant proposes to provide 54 parking spaces, so we're providing 2 more than the required number of parking spaces, even without a historic preservation adjustment, and 2 more than were proposed and approved in our prior application. In terms of departmental reviews, the fire department and the health department have given their sign-offs. TMP gave a conditional sign-off, and we have no issue with their requested conditions. DPW and WPCA provided some minor comments. We have no issue with them. We've largely already incorporated those in the updated plans we filed yesterday. Anything else that remains can be a condition of approval. You also received a staff memo on this application. It doesn't identify any problems or areas of concern. We are aware of a comment from Keith Wilbert, the owner of a neighboring property at 208 Flax Hill Road, and an engineer himself. His comments were generally in support of our project, and we do not believe he has any outstanding concerns. We're also aware of a comment from the neighboring 208 Flax Hill Condominium Association board that was submitted today. The board seems to be particularly concerned about construction phasing and its impact on the property, although they've also raised concerns regarding the adequacy of parking, our existing driveway easement over the 208 Flax Hill property, sewer capacity, and property taxes. So I'll show you on the site plan. And let me zoom in here. In the front here, in light gray, is the existing asphalt parking area, which we'll be removing. This black, I guess you could say, driveway into the property is a new driveway that will be added. And then the existing driveway is over this easement over 208 Flax Hill Road down here. So the applicants confirmed that construction traffic is to come through this front driveway right onto the 204 Flax Hill Road lot, not across the easement on the neighboring property. The reality is that some access will likely be necessary to build the retaining wall between the properties, but that wall is going to solve the existing grading concerns. It's also really important to keep in mind here that the applicant already has a special permit approval for this property. The current proposal, as you've seen, offers not only an aesthetic benefit for the neighborhood over the existing approval, but it does also have the new building being constructed, this gray one over here, much further away from the neighbors at 204 Flax Hill than the existing approval, which had the building being constructed over here. Although, of course, there will still be some infrastructure and paving that will need to occur near the property line. Workforce Partners Director of Development, Doug, has offered to hold monthly coordination meetings, or is offering here to hold monthly coordination meetings with the neighbors at 208 Flax Hill during the construction process to provide updates and see if any solutions can be found for any concerns as they may arise. The construction process itself is estimated to take about 12 to 18 months. And then as far as traffic, to respond to their concerns on that as well, this proposal has exactly the same number of units as the existing approval. And as you all found last time, site-generated traffic is going to have an insignificant impact on pedestrian safety, as well as on traffic operations along the adjacent roadways and signalized intersections, and it's not going to require any off-site modifications. Plus, with the construction of the new driveway at the front of the 204 Flax Hill lot, I would imagine that fewer people will use the existing driveway easement and many will use the new driveway and come directly onto the lot. And also, the applicant is providing more parking than your regulations require and even more than was included with the existing approval. I'll leave the technical issues of sewer capacity and plumbing to Andy. And at this time, I'm going to turn it over to the rest of the team. At the end, I'll have a few comments to finish up. But first up, let's go to Andy to go through the details of the site plan.
Good evening. For the record, my name is Andy Soumalides. I'm a professional engineer and owner and principal of Land Tech out of Westport. We are the surveyors and site civil engineers for this project. Share my screen. Emma did a great job, so she took a lot of my presentation. What you see before you right now is the existing conditions of the site. As you heard earlier, located here is the existing mansion house, which is to be retained and brought back almost to its original condition. This building in the rear here is to be demolished and built in a new addition behind the historic structure. This structure is to be demolished completely. That was the location of the previously approved new building. And this building is to remain on the site. Access to the site, as you heard earlier, there's a small parking lot in front of the mansion here from a curb cut off of Flax Hill Road. And then there's an access way easement to get to the much larger parking lot that does not have access from this driveway to get to that parking lot. So a lot of traffic to get into this site circumvents the property to the south at 208. In terms of impervious surfaces, there is roughly 42,000 square feet of impervious surface on the site as exists today. And there is no stormwater infrastructure currently on site, no stormwater detention or infiltration or water quality measures currently on site. Fast forward to what we're proposing. Again, you see that mansion building there to be remained and rehab with a nice, beautiful new front porch, wraparound porch. Access is now into this main parking lot off of Flax Hill Road. This other curb cut and parking area gets removed. And we're still maintaining access through that easement to the south. The building in the rear is to remain with some modest additions to that, which you'll hear in a little bit. The 53 units will have 54 parking spaces, as was previously approved as well. 3 ADA spaces, which will be sited right here at the new building's main entrance, and another one located here. In terms of landscaping, we are proposing some new frontage street trees. We are also proposing some landscaping along the entire frontage as you get a little further back to help screen more of the parking. And then the necessary landscaped island trees as required by your regulations. This plan shows about 41,000 square feet of impervious surfaces. So it's about a 1,000 square foot reduction of impervious surfaces over the site. But nonetheless, we are still proposing some major stormwater improvement upgrades. You'll see two fairly large detention systems to be placed under the new parking lot in the vicinity where that new building or the existing building was, with a high level overflow to a level spreader to the east of the property. What that means is on the very largest storm events, relief comes out of that level spreader out to the east. In terms of drainage patterns are mimicked under proposed conditions as the existing conditions are. And we are greatly reducing the peak runoff volume from the 1 up to the 100-year storm events. You'll see in our reports anywhere in a magnitude of roughly on average 40%, but as great as 80% in some drainage areas, points of concern, I should say. So like an 80% reduction in peak flow rates than what exists today. So a great improvement in water quality as well. You're required to have about 3,400 cubic feet of storage, and we're providing about 6,400, almost double what's required from a water quality volume perspective with this proposal. So huge improvements in terms of water quality and stormwater improvements with our proposal. You heard a little bit about the retaining walls along the south and north portion of our property that we're looking for some relief on. And just to note, those walls were predominantly in the previous application as well. They've lengthened a little bit, but they were in the same location, same height as the previous approval as well. In terms of the utility infrastructure, obviously there's existing structures there to remain. So a lot of the infrastructure is generally in place. There's an existing gas line on the southern portion of the property that we're hoping to reuse to connect to the new building. We'll need new water for the new building for fire and domestic. So we anticipate a new water tap. And then for sewer, we anticipate connecting based on WPCA's recommendations of what they understand as capacity in the issue in the area to connect to the manhole over here at Flax Hill Road with our new building. And what you heard earlier, as well as access, and it's clearly shown on our erosion and sediment control plan, we have no intentions of going over that access way easement to access our site. Access, you can see here, is via a new construction entrance, which is a riprap apron, which helps remove sediment as you're going into the public right of way, and the necessary silt fencing around the entirety of the property to help contain sediment and runoff during construction activities. And just to touch on a couple of the other items, there was talk about, and these are comments that came in this afternoon from the adjacent property owner, about the proposed building will have a separate entrance. I think you'll see that more clearly in the architectural plans, but yes, there'll be an entrance for this building, building addition. And maybe it was for the property, maybe it was the question, but now with the driveway, you'll see where the main access will predominantly be for the site. No overflow parking is allowed, or will we be parking on adjacent lots? All parking will be handled on site. We're 1/8 of a mile from the train station, and per your regs, we get that reduction in parking. You saw earlier in the slide about where we were connecting for the sewer connection, and there's our understanding ample capacity, but we will do the measures of 10 or plus units require flow monitoring, so we'll go through that exercise and as a condition of approval. You heard about the construction length. The typical length of this project is 12 to 18 months. We spoke about the construction vehicles, and then I think there was a concern about an industrial scale construction site. This is a multifamily use currently, and the proposed use is a multifamily. There's no retail or restaurant component to this project at all. It's a multifamily use, staying multifamily. And as you heard earlier, same number of units that you approved last year, and actually more parking we're proposing now than what you approved last year. And I'll pass the baton again.
Now we're going to turn to Colin from Vine. He's going to go over the architecture.
Evening, commissioners. Colin Groth here, Byfield Architecture. Give a minute to get sorted here. Hybrid format here, hybrid format here. Got a paper. Good. Okay. All the hybrids. Colin Groth here, Byfield Architecture. We're a Norwalk firm. We've been practicing in Norwalk for 40 plus years. A lot of our work is in the local Fairfield County area and also in Norwalk. I've been with the firm for approximately 20 plus years, so we've seen a lot of our more recent developments through. This one I'm very pleased to bring to you with this team. This is exactly the kind of work that we like to do. It's a very interesting site. I don't know that some of the unique characteristics were quite covered earlier. One of the things that's really intriguing about it, and one of the benefits that we're providing to this this back building here, is that this site sits very high above South Norwalk, right? So that if you know Martin Luther King and kind of this corridor here, this is quite an escarpment, right? There's a very good view from up here for the back building, which is going to be improved substantially. And then also where we're infilling the building, just looking to really improve the view from the neighboring property and organize the site in a more logical manner, as opposed to the previous proposals. So the current proposal, you've already been through the plans, and you can kind of go to the elevations a little bit. We've got a nice rendering down here. So the current proposal is to kind of take the traditional New England forms that we're known for, put a little bit of a modern twist on that. This repetitive gable form just brings you that regimented, uniform composition that you see in New England towns, in denser environments in coastal cities. We're providing the parking underneath, and really just treating that as a modern expression of those simple New England forms. So we felt like that was an appropriate response, keeps the form simple for the goals of our team, and just provide something aesthetically pleasing. As to the materials, we're looking at a stone base, providing a strong base and grounding element for that on the parking surface, and then traditional clapboard expression with very simple gabled roofs, New England shingle, that sort of stuff. And then the detailed elements are going to be high quality windows, thermally efficient, and then where we do have guardrails on the recessed balconies, be a metal guardrail, just spanning that there. And then we also have a cement board panel to provide the aesthetic in the recess there, panel look. As far as the site planning goes, talked a little bit about that, but parking along here, that's kind of a covered parking carport, got utility services up against the garage there, and then the residential units in the resident amenity space here, and also connected to the mansion. So people would be able to pass between the mansion and the resident amenity space here, where you have like your mail room, or maybe there's a small club room, stuff like that. And then this existing building is remaining a discrete building. So this, as Emma noted, much further from the property line from the neighbors here. You can kind of see that grade in there. So the previous proposal was to provide a building essentially right in their backyard. Now we're pulling that back, another 40 feet. So that's really good. Typical bar layout on the upper floors, very simple, 2 stairs, elevator core, and a mix of 1 and 2 bedroom units. Next floor is basically rinse and repeat, except that these units are a little bit bigger with that additional story up in the gable. So they have a lofted space to provide some additional living room for families and working people that might need more space, whether it's a work from home or whether it's children at home need a little bit more space in those units. So it's a nice way to provide some more space without building a lot more building. And you can see how those are defined in these areas here, and they attach to the units below. As I noted, one of the other things that's going on is we're adding these 3-season porches to the back building. So there's on the front and the back, some small additional 3-season porches are being added on. And my understanding is these are prefabricated units, right? And they're just going to be manufactured, brought to site, and then erected relatively quickly and integrated into the existing structure. So stylistically, they're in keeping with the look of that existing structure and providing a little bit of additional space to those units at an affordable cost. And then also on these ones on the backside, nice views out to Long Island Sound and the Norwalk Harbor. So that's it for my presentation, unless anybody has any questions. Or actually, I'm sorry, go back down, right?
Okay, we'll close it out.
Thank you.
So really, in summary here, we meet all of the regulatory requirements for you all to grant this request and for us to preserve the mansion, which contributes positively to the community and possesses a degree of historic significance, which is evidenced by its age, its architectural uniqueness, and its cultural value. Any special permit granted by the commission will only remain effective so long as the mansion is preserved and maintained. I would refer you to our narrative for detailed information on our compliance with the POCD and the special permit criteria. I'll note that we comply with both. This modification is fairly similar to the existing special permit approval from this property, which you found compliant with both the POCD and the special permit criteria just last year. Happy to discuss these things, but in the interest of time, I'm also happy to refer you to our narrative.
Thank you, Attorney.
Hearing none, for the reasons I mentioned, we believe the application complies fully with your regulations, and we very much appreciate your consideration and your time this evening. So thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions for Attorney Dignity or the applicant?
Question.
Please.
How much taller is the building than what would normally be approved?
In terms of stories?
In terms of feet.
In terms of feet. You have that figure handy.
And is the building taller than the mansion?
Also a good question.
Sorry, can you just go up to the?
Yep. Just so folks online can hear you. Thank you.
And I have an easy question.
Sure, just on a height, I don't know that we have that stat exactly in feet because it's not in the regulations anymore. So it's not a number that we focus on. We're now focused on as it's form-based, we're focused on the number of stories. So though we can get that information and present it, it's not one that we would have submitted with the application. So we have the height of the stories, but the overall height of the building is not something that we're tracking.
Steve, do you have an idea approximately?
It's honestly, it's probably fairly negligible. I mean, if any. So right now, how the regs work is there's a max ceiling height that each story can be. Each story that they've proposed complies with that. The reason why they're calling it a fourth story and not a half story is that just the floor area within that space exceeds 60% of the floor below. So generally you could build a 3.5 story building at the same height as what they're proposing. It's just that interior floor area that calls it a fourth story.
Correct, and I could pull the elevations back up, but you saw that it's 3 stories and then the gabled roof. So it's like we're really just occupying a little bit more of the attic space, or what would be the attic space.
Thank you. Brian's explanation was
wonderful.
And is it taller than the mansion?
I believe the ridge is somewhat. We did go through that with with Todd Bryant.
Yeah, Todd Bryant had to drop off. He did review it and update his report in support. It is, I believe, I don't know exactly, slightly taller, but from the street where your view plane, you cannot see the building behind it until you move past the building, which is where we put some trees and landscape.
Okay, and one more question. At the first slide, when you showed the renovated mansion, and you showed the new building behind it, it was very light in color, almost a light gray or white. And one of your slides had it very dark and one of your slides had it quite light. What color is the facade actually?
I don't do colors.
We're in Byfield, so it's probably a Fort Bragg.
While he's pulling it up, I'll call out briefly for anyone who wishes to comment a little bit later. If you've not put your name on the list, please do so. Let us know so that we can add you to the list.
There's only one on the list, but there's only 4 people here, so.
Great.
Okay,
that's I didn't know if you needed that for reference later.
Already, yeah.
Oh,
it'll be in the minutes anyway.
Great. No need to come up.
Right, so we did have this these colors called out. So there's a dark gray fiber cement panel, and that's located. Let's see if this works. That's located here in the recesses between the buildings. That creates some definition and depth and accentuates the shadow line between the gable forms. And then this one is called out as a Van Cortlandt blue fiber cement.
That's blue.
Color. It's a Van Cortlandt blue. Is what we're calling out, and you know, I've been surprised by color names because they're creative. Bone black is apparently a shade of white, so you know it may not be it you may not be able to extract the color exactly from the name because people get paid to be creative. But this is that tone rendered on the building from what I understand from dealing with our render.
Thank you.
Yes. Well, you have your computer connected as a question on the easement. So I understand that you're not planning to use the easement for construction purposes. Are you going to retain the easement through this process, or are you going to surrender the easement if you're having a different driveway?
No, we're intending to maintain these.
Okay, thank you.
There will be another driveway available, but
Sure.
they'll maintain these.
Okay, thank you. Oh, Tammy, I'm sorry, I asked a question over you. Please go ahead.
That's okay, thank you. I'm sorry I can't see the attorney's name, so I can't address you
That's
specifically
okay.
by your
You
name.
can call me Emma, no worries.
Emma, okay, thank you. Couple of questions. So the access for the new building is through that entrance lobby. And is that just for the new building, or do the people in the front go in that way as well?
When you say in the front, you mean in the mansion?
The mansion, yes.
I believe there are entrances in the mansion themselves, right? Yeah, so there are entrances in the mansion itself.
Okay, and so but that would be locked, so only the residents that live there could get into that building? It would.
I believe so, yes.
Keyed entry, okay. And if the parking spaces that are under the structure of the new building, who determines who gets those parking spaces? Because I think those would be more coveted. Are they assigned, and where the other ones might not be assigned?
Great question. Do you know?
Not fully determined yet. It will be governed by the leasing of that. We typically do assign some spaces for tenants so they know they have a space. But in general, overall, we have enough to assign if we want to here. So.
Okay. And do the ground floor units in that building, there's a 2-bedroom and a few 1-bedrooms, do they have a little patio space? It looks like there's some different coloration on the
Yes,
on
they
the
do.
architectural plans. Okay, thank you. You first mentioned there was something about the retaining wall that was going to be higher, but then I heard one of the engineers say that the retaining wall between your property and the neighbor to the south was the same side, and it looks really pretty because it has ivy growing on it. But where and why did you need to raise the height of the retaining wall?
As for the why, I'll let Andy answer that, but the answer is that it's along the southeastern edge of the property, right, Andy? And for the why, it's grading concerns. Anything more technical than that, I'm going to turn it over to Andy.
Let me share again. So we have walls, as we did with our previous application, along this property boundary. This driveway, as it currently is more steep than industry standards of what you want a parking lot to be. So as part of this redevelopment, we are looking to raise the grade and flatten out this parking lot. So that's the purpose of this new wall along here.
Okay, and was that the objection of your neighbor?
I don't know if they had an objection to the retaining wall.
Okay, I heard that the neighbor was contacted, but I'm not sure if there was a response. But you definitely have the easement through their driveway at the beginning of the property.
This easement, it's still here, yeah.
Yes, and that's been an ongoing easement for many years, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then one other question, you said that I see on the architectural plans that you have some street trees along Flax Hill, which I think is great. And then there are sort of 3, possibly 4 in the parking lot. Is there room to put a few more in between the parking sections, not just on those little islands?
Between the property line and the parking?
Yes. Yeah, thank you.
Not really. It's really pretty tight there in terms of separation from edge of asphalt to the property line, and we also have a retaining wall in there.
Mhm.
So, not a huge opportunity to plant trees, but we can probably plant some lower lying stuff.
Okay, I think the more landscaping, separating the properties will enhance your property and also your neighbors.
Yeah, even in our current proposal, we've proposed a series of 3 hedges, I believe it is, screening that property. So those are right there along the neighboring line with the 208 Flex Hill Road properties.
Okay, thank you.
Are there other questions for the applicant?
I have one, please. Is this the plan you guys are gonna go with, or we? This is it? Just sure.
Yep. Yeah, as a call out, only can use one. This, I did hear you say before, though, this is a modification to the existing special permit, so there is only one plan.
Which was a modification to it.
Right. Yes.
That is also true.
Great. Do you have anything else that you'd like to present before we go to the public?
Nothing else from us before public comment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, Brian, Chapin, could I ask one more thing?
Go for it, Tammy.
Thank you. I know that these are going to be rentals, but I keep asking the question because I firmly believe the city needs new condominium stock, and these could be a modestly priced entry point for homeowner ownership, similar to what was done down at, I think it's 149 Day Street years and years ago. So if you want to change your financial model and make them condominiums, I think it would be a nice opportunity for entry-level buyers into the Norwalk market.
Noted. It's an important concern. Workforce Partners, like Doug was saying before, absolutely prioritizes making homes available to the working class of Norwalk. Their business model is rentals, but absolutely noted.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. We will now move to the public comment. So as mentioned before, you will have one opportunity to speak. We do not limit how long you speak, but we do ask that you are concise and clear, so that way others have time to speak. This portion is not a dialogue, and the applicant will respond to all comments at the end. We ask that you are polite and that you start with your full name and address. We'll start with someone who is here, and then we'll go to someone who is online, and we'll go back and forth. Please, if you would like to begin.
Ellen, right? I'm assuming.
Oh, yeah. Grab her name in a moment. Oh, before you begin, Brian, do you mind sharing how folks can participate online? That way they can raise their hands if they would like.
Sure. So if anyone from the public, if you'd like to speak, just click the raise your hand tool. It's at the bottom of your screen.
Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Elon McDowell. I live at 208 Flex Hill Road. I'm also the secretary of the board. I've been on the board for about 4 or 5 years now. The president of the board really wanted to be here this evening. Unfortunately, she's incapacitated and couldn't be here. Firstly, thank you so much for hearing our side of it. I would like to thank these gentlemen and lady over here, because I know you got that email this afternoon, and listening to you, a lot of our concerns were very quickly answered. So thank you. I'd have some notes here. I personally love historical buildings. So the fact that it's going to be renovated to its former glory excites me personally. I think as you know, if you're driving along and you see that beautiful mansion, that would be great. I love the fact that the buildings across the way are still going to be affordable rentals for working people, working class people. I do have a question about the retaining wall. If somebody said it was going to be 5.2 feet, just want to clarify that. Our biggest issue is the easement. We had an issue with, was there going to be a separate driveway, but you've answered that. There is going to be. The easement, that is a thorn in our side. It has been for many, many years. Personally, and I know there are unit owners that would agree with me, we would like it closed off completely. You have your own driveway, knock yourself out. However, that being said, one of the reasons we wanted it closed off years ago and still do. People come down that hill from 204 and they fly down into 208. There's been more than one time that a car's nearly been hit or a person was nearly hit. Last year, we even went to the extreme of putting like a rubber, what do you call it? Speed bump. Thank you. I'm tired. A rubber speed bump. And of course, in the wintertime, we had to remove that. Excuse me, if you've got more traffic coming through 208, even though you've got your own entranceway and coming up there, that's wear and tear still on our parking lot. A few years ago, we had to do a special assessment on that parking lot. And I think 2-bedroom apartments, which I own, were charged $10,000 and 1-bedrooms were charged like $7,000. It was a big hit for us for that parking lot, but we had to have it repaid. But some of that was because of the traffic coming in at 204. We'd like the easement shut off. I'm telling you right now, that's going to be a real sticking point for us. Okay. That could be closed. That would be great. Listening to you and seeing the actual diagrams that you showed, I remember the old plan was to take down that building that's a house and make it apartments and make it taller. The fact that you're not going to do that and you're going to push the whole thing back, I think that personally to me sounds good. It's not up to me. I'm just on the board. I don't control everything. The fact that we provided more parking spaces, because that was a huge issue for us, like where are all these people going to park? We averaged there was going to be at least another 34 cars. If the town is not concerned with the traffic coming on in and out onto Flax Hill Road, which is already a very busy road, especially at work time, mornings and evenings. As I said, you have answered a lot of my questions, so I'm not going to stay here too long. I think I said the fact that it's for affordable housing is great. There are way too many condos coming in that working class people cannot afford. One of our hugest complaints, I know the gentleman did show a map, and I think he said that the sewage line was going to go out towards Flax Hill Road because the sewage now is horrendous. There are numerous times just with the buildings that are there now. The sewage comes down onto our property and poured there, that lady right there, right in front of her house. Raw sewage will back up into a grassy area. I've lived there since 2003, and I cannot begin to tell you the amount of times that raw sewage is right there in that grassy area. So if the sewage from this development can go out, doesn't even come our way and is be confined to go somewhere else, that would be great. But because the sewage line now can barely manage the sewage that comes down from there now, much less when you build another apartment. The gentleman, was it Doug Adams? Doug, as a member of the board, if you could stick to your promise that you, like somebody said, that you'd be more than willing to sit down with us once a month, update us on what's going on, and have real, honest, open conversations with us and have good communication with us, we'd be happy to communicate with you. Monthly meetings, I believe you said. Again, construction time, you're saying 12 to 18 months. Okay, you know, we'll give you a little leeway there. You know, everyone says, you know, the contractor comes into your house, it will take me 3 weeks. It doesn't, it takes 6. You know, we'll give you a little leeway there, but this cannot go on for like 2.5, 3 years. It cannot. The storm that we just had recently, the really bad storm with all the mountains of snow, I personally wasn't here for it. However, I got a lot of complaints that the snow was all taken off 204. It was all brought down through the easement and dumped on our front grassy area. So we had our snow that we had to deal with, plus the snow 204. We would like it in writing, or whatever you want to do, that when it snows like that, that snow, I don't care where you put it, but you don't bring it to 208. You pick it up and you go off to the dump or wherever and you dump it somewhere else. Apparently it was a real problem, Okay, the color of the facade of the buildings, you spoke about that. I think, because you guys weren't too clear on it, that the building height of the buildings there is going to be taller than the mansion. Just the way you said it, I would really like a concise height on that, please. I'm asking questions that I know the board's going to ask, so the other board members are going to ask. Let's see. Snow removal, I'm just going over here. Yeah, I think that was about it. The driveway, the mansion. Yeah, I think that was it. And again, I want to thank you because you just got that email this afternoon and literally a lot of those questions were answered during your presentation. So thank you. We appreciate you. I don't know if some of the other unit owners that are here would like to speak, but that's it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Let me see if there's anyone online who would like to speak. We have one online, Diane Lauricella.
Good evening, Chair Bryce, members of the commission, and staff and applicants. For the record, my name is Diane Lauricella, 60 Gregory Boulevard, just newly moving east. The reason I decided, I wasn't planning to speak tonight, but Flax Hill Road area means a lot to me. It embodies great history, but also it's a great connector. I was one of the folks that helped save Fodor Farm for the community garden, so I spent a lot of time going by this parcel. I really want to say I appreciate any developer in this town who targets affordable housing and the missing middle housing, because that's something that is much needed, and many of you know it. This is one way to do it. Later on, the reason I'm on waiting is because, and I'm not sure you're still going to have the ADU amendments, but that is why I'm here for other types. I also wanted to commend you and inform folks that there will be water quality improvements that count. This area eventually drains to Long Island Sound, and because of its age, it didn't have the type of water quality improvements and stormwater management that we now have and are now required. I believe some impervious surface are going to be removed. But lastly, and this is something that will not be a surprise to most of the commissioners and even maybe Mr. Adams, and that is, will there be renewable energy measures included in this development? Either rooftop solar, plug-in patio solar, which is going to probably be approved by the legislature this session, ground-mounted solar, battery storage, or at least air or ground-mounted or ground-sourced heat pumps. Each of the parcels in our city, and this commission has stepped up and requested, especially of commercial projects, that renewable energy measures be included. I believe we also need to inquire, and I wish one day require, that renewable energy measures be included in the larger developments beyond a two-family home, for instance. I think this would be a wonderful project for that because of the orientation of your new buildings in the back. I'm not suggesting that on the historical mansion that has great history, and I really appreciate that that was expanded upon. Not suggesting that panels go there, but on your particularly new construction. Also, of course, energy efficiency. People may say, well, this is a private development. Well, every parcel in our city can add to reducing demand on the grid. And we keep wanting to say we want to strive to be the greenest city. I think we need to embrace our development community further than what the many ways I've heard them change, such as Costco and Wegmans, but we need to also request this of our residential developers. With that, I thank you and I appreciate you listening to this, and I appreciate this developer targeting the missing middle. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there someone, please? Yep.
Hi there. Sorry, I'm so slow. I just had surgery. My name is Deborah Corby, and I live at 208 Flex Hill Road, and I've lived there for over 30 years. And the reason I'm here past my bedtime is just clarification on two things. Number one, the driveway. I cannot tell you over the years how many accidents I would have had. It can't happen that 204 comes into 208 anymore, because they literally go so fast and they whip around. And when you enter our driveway, it's an accident waiting to happen, and it has happened. So, unfortunately, it's very scary. It's very scary. And then the other thing that's important, not only to me, but to everyone, is the sewer situation. I'd like more clarification on that, because I live down at the bottom, and there are two sewers down there, and they back up. And anything that one would put down a toilet is right outside my front door and my kitchen window. And it backs up into the grass and on the sidewalks. And, people are out walking their dogs, and it's horrible. It's unhealthy. And it's very upsetting. And it's been going on for years. And you name it, and we've seen it out there. So, and that's obviously a huge health hazard. But those are two really big things to not only me, to I was going to say colleagues, but neighbors and friends in our community at 208. And I very much appreciate the fact that we'll have meetings, so that'll be good. But yeah, I think we would like clarification on that to ensure that, everything is status quo, because it's very scary. And even times when I walked up to the mailbox that's out on Flex Hill Road, it's like, you really have to be on guard, because you never know. And people just go fast. And yes, we did put in the speed bumps, but they really, they're just little bumps. So they really didn't do that much. Anyway, thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Is anyone? Go ahead.
You have one more online too.
Oh, I'm sorry. We're going to take the next person online. I'm sorry. I just saw. Yep. So Diane Cece.
Thank you so much. I'm happy to yield to the person who's right there and come back on if there's someone who's sitting there.
Yeah, you have the mic. Please go for it.
Go on. You said okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Diane Cece. Still Olmsted Place in East Norwalk. Speaking for myself again. I have one comment and 3 questions. I've tried to pay attention, and maybe staff can answer this when you're going through your own questions of the commissioners. First of all, the new design, well, for the mansion, I think it's extraordinary what that restoration could actually end up looking like, and I'm very impressed with that. But for the new building, for those of us who have been community advocates for a while, we would actually dub some of these things the Beinfeld box. So it's kind of ironic coming out of the farm, but this one is another one that some of us would refer to kind of as barracks again. So Lou Shulman, I don't think is here tonight, but I often quote him. His polite term is uninspired architecture. So I'm not trying to be insulting, but when I look at that, I'm just like, I just don't see anything, that's impressive about it, especially being part of that particular parcel there. And I was really confused when they showed kind of near the end. So these are my 3 questions. They showed kind of like a bump out that was being called a 3-season prefab porch that gets added on after the fact. I'm assuming that's part of what counted as living space and taxed as regular living space. I know you have coming up later tonight where I think staff is clarifying how you define a porch, but I'm not sure I've ever seen anything like that. And I just want to make sure I understand what that is relative to what you're approving for square footage and living space and what ends up being tax assessments. The other 2 questions relate to parking. I think somebody already asked us about whether or not they intend to have some logic for how they would do assigned parking. But we've noticed in a lot of the newer developments too, whether it's workforce housing or not, that the developers and the owners end up charging a fee to the residents to have either any parking, and I think in some cases a second parking space. And I wondered if the applicants can address that. And then the third question is, I may have missed it, apologies if I did. Can you talk about where the mechanicals are, like all of the stuff that makes noise, HVAC and all that stuff, and also trash and recycling? Because sometimes with the private pickup, I know it'll be in your conditions, but the hours they operate and the dreaded beep, beep, beep. You guys know, we just complain about that ad nauseum, but I didn't really see that in the plan. And I hope that that's also, a courtesy to the neighbors who already have some, much more serious concerns. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Hi, Cheryl Capola from 208 Flax Hill. My biggest concern is the other side does not know how to park. They're always parking in our parking spaces. And actually, we come home, we can't park there. We pay for our parking spaces. So I do want that closed off too. That's my biggest thing. And I was outside when they brought the snow down to us. That's not fair. And it's just ridiculous. I want it blocked off. Leave them on their side. That's all.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak? Oh, one more time. Anybody else? Would anybody else like to comment on this application? Right. With that, we'll close the public participation and I'll invite the applicant to respond to the public comment.
So thank you to the members of the public for sharing your comments and concerns and bringing all of this to light. There was a question about clarifying the retaining wall height. Yes, the proposal is to have the retaining wall at 5.2 feet. The CD3 zone allows retaining walls to be up to 4 feet. So we're asking for a 30% historic preservation adjustment there, the extra 30% to get us up to 5.2 feet. Heard loud and clear on the easement issue. The issue that we're dealing with here is that this easement has been in place since 1974. This is a really long-standing easement, and it's not, it's not something that we're in a position to close off. It's not something that's really involved in this exact application that's here before you. you know, in terms of what can be done to respect the neighbor's property rights and, you know, the safety concerns that were raised and the speed concerns. From my perspective, that's the kind of thing that absolutely could be worked out in, you know, these meetings that Doug has offered, to see if there's any kind of collaborative way that this can be addressed. What can we do? What can we each do to sort of resolve these concerns? Same with the snow removal concern, and same with the parking on the neighboring property concern. You know, I mean, obviously that's not okay, and that's not our proposal here tonight. Let me see, I want to make sure I respond. The sewage line issue, I don't know if Andy, you feel like you have anything more you want to add on that?
Yeah, I'll just add quickly, the existing building that we're demoing is the building that discharges to that sewer line of concern. So by demoing that building and disconnecting from that problematic area and now going to another point where we're putting it out towards Flax Hill with our new building, will certainly help the current situation of the sewage concerns. Just to note, the previous application also had that building there, and we had some lower units that we were keeping that connection as that previous application, and then the upper units we were going out towards Flax Hill. But now that we pushed the building and realigned everything, all the sewage from that upper building will go out towards Flax Hill, and we're actually going to reduce it by removing what's currently going there.
I don't have anything else to add unless the commissioners have any questions you'd like to ask. You know, from our perspective, like we've said, this project offers a significant number of improvements, both in water quality and drainage, and also in the aesthetic and historic preservation and cultural significance appeal of the development. So, you know, we appreciate your time tonight.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the applicant? One on call outs, I agree that the easement is not something in our purview, but yeah, the snow removal piece does sound like an issue that does need to be addressed with it, especially with that contractor or whoever it may be.
Noted.
Yeah, does anybody else have?
I mean, in terms of traffic calming measures on your side of the easement, are you open to those? Do you have any idea about what could like address some of those concerns?
That's certainly something we can discuss. I don't know if you have any, you know, specific thoughts, Doug.
I would just say for a start, by making the main entrance to the site come out directly onto Flax, I think will have a positive impact. It's also being aligned with the intersection. So the signal will work in the favor there as well. Whereas before people were coming out a little bit from that off canter and then through the thing, but we'll continue to talk about how to be good neighbors for sure.
I think there was a question about, sorry, we can't hear from the public anymore. I think there was also a question about mechanical locations, trash and recycling on site. Address that.
Sure. You have that, Colin? Okay.
So as far as mechanical locations, I don't know that they've settled on a system. There's a little bit of limited roof space available between the gables, and that could be effectively screened and set back from the edge. There's not a lot of units in the building, so I believe we could provide those pretty effectively. The other one, trash and trash is within the new building. The other buildings, I believe it's going to be existing, whatever the existing service is, and not change. And that's a trash chute to a common trash room, and then that's carted to the outside. There's a loading space at the back by the existing building that looks over the escarpment. And then recycling, that covers recycling. Was there another question?
Not part of that question, but a separate one was about solar that had come up before as well. Solar placement on the roof.
Solar, I think there are other options for the sustainability requirement. If we're I think there's a sustainability zone that we need to comply with. We would, right?
Yeah, we certainly intend to comply.
That was my
question. I think this question was probably directed towards staff about the 3-season porches being living space or taxed. I'll speak from personal experience that they are taxed at the very least. I have no idea if they are, if they're considered living space.
And Shaman, just to
Yeah.
answer slightly on that, so there's not any confusion, that is on the existing building. So
Okay.
that's an improvement to the existing building and not part of, it's not like we're building a brand new building and then adding something on later. It's like we're renovating the mansion, building a new, tearing down the old building that's non-functional and, you know, disorganizes the site, creating a new building that's nice. And then we're improving the other existing building on site a little bit in a way that makes sense for them.
Okay.
Yeah, those 3-season rooms can be done without having to come to you guys.
Great.
Right.
Are there any other questions for the applicant? Do you have anything else you'd like to share tonight?
Nothing further. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there a motion for this application? Move to approve. Thank you, Diana. Is there a second? Thank you, Galen. Brian, do you mind pulling up the resolution?
One thing that I'll note is I definitely need to update plans, dates, for now. But other than that, not much has changed.
Okay.
Is-
Did you have something?
Yeah, I mean, one question is there anything explicit we can say about traffic calming from the parking lot through to the easement, or is that kind of out of our purview?
It's off-site, but it's in the easement. I'm not sure.
I think you could put something in there if you wanted the applicant to work with city staff on addressing internal traffic calming.
It was not about requiring something to go off the property. It's requiring something to go on the property on their side to calm what happens then off the easement.
Understood.
I mean, I think that's something city staff could
Okay.
maybe have some suggestions on, maybe there's a stop bar, there's something to slow them down or provide something to where they get some kind of warning that it's not appropriate or.
Yeah, hopefully too, in addition to that, is just having their own driveway entrance that accesses all of their parking will deter most people from, having that easement.
Seems like going through the easement will be the slower option.
Right.
That aligned with driveway. Are there other comments, modifications to this draft resolution?
I think the other comment is that the DPW sign off, I saw that they are explicitly requiring sewage. So I just wanted, that looks good. It seems like it's directly addressing the concerns of the neighbors.
All right. Hearing no other comments, Brian, do you mind calling the roll?
Certainly. Mr. Hubers,
Yes.
Ms. Lankowski,
Yes.
Mr. Jones,
Yes.
Ms. Langallis,
Yes.
Ms. Wells,
Yes.
and Mr. Price.
Yes. That was unanimous. Thank you for your presentation tonight. Thank you for your public comment and for coming out. Great evening. All right, the next item on the agenda is 2026-02. Planning and Zoning Commission, zoning regulation text amendment to Article 4 and Article 9 regarding accessory dwelling units, public hearing, report, and recommended action.
All right.
You folks managed to head out.
Sharing screen.
I recognize we have a few folks from the public who mentioned that they wanted to speak to this, so jump to that momentarily.
All right, everyone ready?
Yes, go ahead. Yes.
So this is an application to sort of rewrite what we permit today for accessory dwelling units. And what this mostly is going to be in relation to is detached accessory dwelling units. Much of what applies to attached is going to stay relatively the same in terms of height, location, and permitting process. So these changes are going to be related to those three items and how they apply to detached accessory dwelling units. So the first change will be largely related to the maximum size that a detached accessory dwelling unit could be. Currently, the cap on the size is 700 square feet. We're proposing to increase that to 1,000 square feet, which would match the max size for an attached ADU. I think, at this point, we've seen the detached ADU regulations in place for a few years now, and the 700 square foot number seems to be, it works, but it seems to be a little bit tight in terms of what folks can fit into the ADU. So we're going to hopefully provide a little bit of breathing room by increasing it to match the attached ADU size. The second change is related to location on the property where detached ADUs can be permitted. What we are proposing is that they can be built to match principal structure setbacks, which will impact how close they can be to the street, essentially decreasing the setback requirement by 20 feet so that they can be built to the same setback that a principal structure can be built to. The caveat that we included is that it can't be built in front of the existing house. What that's supposed to mean, and hopefully means by how we wrote the text, is just that the idea is you can't put your detached ADU directly in front of your house to block it from view. Ideally, the principal structure is supposed to remain principal and be kind of the focal point of your property, and then the accessory dwelling unit can be located to the side. There are cases where a principal structure, the single family house, is set back further than needed. So in those cases, we would say that the detached ADU can be built closer to the street, again, just provided that it's not built directly in front of the single family house. And then the last change is going to be related to permitting process. So right now, all detached ADUs have to go to you in the form of a site plan review application. At this point, I think every detached ADU that you've seen has been approved. We are proposing kind of to allow detached ADUs over the counter, provided that they meet principal structure setbacks. And then if they only meet accessory structure setbacks, they'll continue to come to you in the form of a site plan review. And separately, if somebody has a non-conforming accessory structure that they'd like to convert to an ADU or a detached ADU, then that would also come to you in the form of a site plan review application. So that could be mostly is going to be related to height and location. Those are largely the three biggest changes that we're proposing. Additional considerations that we'd like for you to consider are this brought up by some commissioners that they wanted some additional neighbor notifications as part of a detached ADU application. So we did include language to send mailings to abutters when you apply for an ADU application. And that's regardless of if you have to go to the commission for an approval. It's sort of just a notification that you are applying even for just a zoning permit to build an ADU. And we also included that a legal notice would need to be published in the paper, just stating that that the ADU application has been approved. Just a sort of point of clarification, as we're kind of hopeful that there's some state legislation that will no longer require legal notices to be published in the paper and can rather just be published on the city website, which kind of is a more logical place to put legal notices. So if that's the case, we might have to, and this language is kept in, we'd have to adjust that going forward. We received, I believe, 2 comments from the public. One was from Attorney Adam Blank, who had some suggestions on how to, some modifications to the proposed language for you to consider. mostly related to existing non-conforming structures and allowing them to be converted to an ADU, and that would allow structures that exceed the floor area to be converted to ADUs, location and height. The other comment that we received was related to the parking requirement. Currently, as written, this regulation does not have a parking requirement for ADUs, so you'd be able to construct them without having to provide any additional parking. That's mostly just to get out ahead of the state Public Act 25-1, which essentially eliminates off-street parking requirements for residential developments of 16 units or less. Detached ADU would be 16 units or less, so we're not going to be able to require parking effective July 1st anyway, so we're kind of just grouping that into that. And then just as an aside, the parking requirement is probably one of the biggest deterrents of ADUs currently. A lot of folks have properties where they have a single wide driveway that leads to a single a one-car garage, and it's built to the setback. There's no possibility for them to add that additional parking space. So this is hopefully just a way to encourage more folks to be able to build ADUs on their properties and to kind of make that process a little bit less painful. And with that, that's pretty much what we have in terms of text. I guess the last part is we do have to modify the definition of accessory dwelling unit just to increase it. Actually, within the definition of accessory dwelling unit specifies the 700 square foot max, so we would change that to be the 1,000 square foot max. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Brian. Does anyone have questions for Brian? All right. Brian, you have anything else before we open up to the public?
Nope.
All right, we will now move to the public comment portion of this application. As stated before, you only have one opportunity to speak, but we do not limit how long you speak. We ask that you are concise and clear so that others also have time to speak and we remember your points. This portion is not a dialogue, and staff will respond at the end of all comments. We, of course, ask that you are polite and that you start with your full name and address. Would you like to speak on this application? I wasn't pointing to the person behind you.
Good evening, Richard Bonifant, 17 Park Hill Avenue, and good evening, staff and commissioners. Some of my questions were kind of answered in Brian's presentation there. You are taking out the parking requirements, which the state's telling you got to do that anyway, so I get that. It wasn't clear if the notice, it said you have to have a notice of a decision, but it didn't say you had to have a notice that something's gonna happen. But I wasn't sure if that was part of it or not. But I like the part that you're leaving in, that the owner must live in one of the units, either in the accessory or the main house. They got to live in that, and I'm glad you left that in. So I appreciate that. Well, so much for screen sharing. That was, I printed out in color so I could figure out like the changes and the additions. So I'm just going to speak in general about this ADU kind of thing. And I live in a single family zone. Park Hill Avenue is right around the corner, and it's a single family zone. And my ask in the long run is that you preserve the integrity of the single family zone as you go forward, making up new regulations and modifying things along the way, right? Like I said, I own a home in a single family, and all we really ask for is peace and quiet in our backyards, maybe a nearby parking space so that a visitor can come by and say hello, and the ability to drive around town without the overpopulation that chokes the traffic, right? I hope the goal isn't to cram every possible space with housing units. There are people that think that if you keep building and building and building, that the prices and the rents will come down. Well, that didn't happen for the last 10,000 units, right? Is there a population goal in the end? Is there a goal like, hey, we got this much land, can't wait to figure out like exactly how many people we want here. And listening to them other people, I hope he didn't set a precedent saying somebody claims I didn't know the rule, so that I'm gonna do it anyway on a holiday, and they get what they want when they're done. Well, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone online who would like to participate? It's like a few folks. I'm gonna bring over.
Yeah, Diane Lorcella.
Oh, good evening, Chair Bryce and commissioners and staff and applicants. My name is Diane Loricella. I stayed up this late. I'm in my PJs. You can't see me, unfortunately, but the reason I decided to stay is that for a long time I have been studying how we can increase the amount of attached and detached accessory dwelling units. I know that since I think last summer, the staff and others have been looking at different models. And the thing is, I'm very pleased that we are continuing to modify the original amendments that happened, I think, about a year or two ago that were still so restrictive, especially with the 700 square feet. If you recall, I had really suggested that you rethink that, and I am very pleased that the 1,000-foot for detached and attached is now being discussed tonight. I wanted to again make sure that we look at, the issue of the missing middle and affordable housing, but also for seniors whose family has left the building, literally the family home, where that senior couple or individual senior, widow or widower, wants to remain in their neighborhood, but they really don't want to be in that large home. They'd rather rent it out or arrange some kind of other model, of course. So they're on the premises, but they don't need and don't want the care and maintenance of a large home. Detached and attached ADUs should accommodate in reality, especially seniors who have accumulated furniture. Of course, you have to downsize, but that 700 square foot limitation on detached was the reason you didn't get many of those yet again. As you know, with Brian, about 2 years ago, I asked to see how many attached ADUs had been applied for since, I think, the 80s, and it was an amazingly surprising small number of like 280 units. So another thing, I wish there was a caveat that you could add here, but even separately and offline, I will address this with the staff and this commission, and that is that should you decide to approve these amendments, and hopefully you will make a few changes that I'm about to suggest, that you include with it and create a creative public outreach program that talks about the law and what people can do. And I believe in the recent past, I forwarded to Mr. Kleppen, and he forwarded to you all a terrific guidebook from AARP. It's the ADU guidelines. And I wish you all would study it because it would include additional amendments that I hope will happen soon. And maybe the staff intended this or would have liked this, but it is not in the current amendments here before us today. And that is that there literally are a menu of designs that would not require permits. It would be as of right, because those designs, as listed in the AARP ADU guidelines, would maintain quality, would make sure they match the design in general of the primary home, that they are not too high, that they are set back properly. Unfortunately, I don't see that anywhere in these amendments. And I do think I beseech you to take a look, because that is what has made the model work in Canada. and several other cities where they painstakingly in the AARP guideline, it's a free guideline. In fact, you can all ask for it. The staff should. Even if you're not a senior yet, you can do it. And that is that they show that when they added not very bold amendments, something like these menu options of actual designs that had to be followed by that ADU developer, that things happened faster and that you had then an increase in your ADU, especially attached ADUs. Right now, I doubt very much we go beyond maybe 300 or 400 ADUs. We're a city of 94,000, I guess roughly 40,000 parcels. There are many, many places where you could have an ADU that includes 1 or 2 people, that it's, of course, the owner occupied. While some cities have waived that, I'm not suggesting at this stage, because Norwalk likes to go in little tiny steps. I'm not saying waive that, but the thing is, there will not be an influx of hundreds and hundreds of people in these single family zones. Just won't happen. But it will allow seniors to remain in their neighborhood. It will allow people to have some affordable housing that is just not available in the urban centers right now. It will not necessarily, because they did not have these problems in these cities that are listed in AARP's ADU guidelines, horrible crime and lots of traffic, and it just did not happen on average. So I looked at, in general, under the article for the general requirements, part C, it took a look at, I would just suggest that the language used be more user-friendly, because it kind of implies, just in this general requirements, it says ADU may be within and or attached to the principal building or accessory building. I think that's confusing. And it's not going to help you get what this commission says their goal is to increase proper ADU development. So could you please change the wording of that? It was hard for me to understand. Number 2, under the bulk and weight, it talks about, I wanted to compliment you all and say I wholeheartedly approve of the 1,000 square foot volume. But in B, letter I, small I, the front setback caveat, I think, again, is not ready for prime time and is confusing. There are many neighborhoods where I came from, right off of Fox Run Road in Silvermine. I used to live in the Cranberry section, where for whatever reason, the homes were set way back in the back of the lot. And I believe Brian said that one could build as long as it doesn't block. I would like to see that spelled out more clearly, because according to B, small letter I, it kind of seems like that's not going to be possible. Now, again, we want to allow people to open up their minds that detached ADUs can be beautiful and an amenity to the neighborhood. It will not cause the Armageddon and destruction of single family neighborhoods at all. So please rethink the wording on that, because it doesn't really make as much sense. It's not user friendly again. Under permitting procedures, I believe still too onerous, in that noticing all the neighborhoods within 100 feet. Again, I really wish this instead stated that maybe put a notice up on the outer wall or in the neighborhood instead of a notice to all neighbors within 100 feet. I do wish that we would reconsider in the near future, as of right, as long as people used certain patterns of development. Remember, in the old days after World War II, they had these kits of homes that were all like a menu, and you built the homes according to those kits. I suggest strongly that that be the next wave of amendments here. And I'd like it to be over the counter. I'm trying to avoid site plan review. It's very expensive. And that is one of the reasons you didn't get as many applications for attached and detached in the first place. And then lastly, once again, create a public outreach plan and go to the different neighborhoods, have the city council and the mayor help you with this. Commissioners, I really think the time has come that we talk about good, smart development models and see the AARP ADU guidelines. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I see Diane CC next on the list.
There's no one else like here, right?
Correct.
Okay, great. So the next person online is Diane CC. Oh, there is a member or a panelist named Adam Blank who raised hand.
Just take Diane and go Adam and then.
Perfect. Let's do that. Yep. Sorry, Attorney Blank.
Adam, you could speak now if you want.
Do you want me or you want it, Diane? You want me?
We have your mic wired up. We'll go with you, and then Diane,
Okay.
we'll go with you next. Sorry for the switch there.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks for the time. I will be brief, and I actually agree with most of what Diane Lauricella just had to say. I'll just share my screen for just a minute, and I will tell you again for the record, Adam Blank. I'm mostly here as a lawyer. I guess I'm sort of here as a lawyer today, but I live at 49 Bartlett Avenue here in Norwalk. I'm not here on any client. This is just me being me. On this ADU regulation, my read on it and belief is that this is an attempt to promote more use of the ADU reg and to get more ADUs actually up and legal in Norwalk, which I think is a good goal. But I think it fumbles in one area, which is where I'm hoping you'll graciously consider my recommended tweak, which is that often people have an existing accessory building, which is usually in the form of a garage, often with an upper level to it, where they'd like to convert at least that upper level to living space. And people do regularly come to me asking about that. And almost always that building it's a legal conforming or it's a legal non-conforming accessory building. They had every right to have it as a garage or as an accessory building. When it was constructed, it's legal. They haven't done anything wrong, and they want to convert part of it or all of it to an accessory dwelling unit. But lo and behold, either the roof is too high, which I know now Brian or your staff has tweaked this language from what's on screen to add height in there. Or what's more often than that is that it's your accessory building has to be 1.5 stories. And typically it doesn't, or often they don't meet that 1.5 story requirement, just like on that 204 Flax application that you just heard. Although it's sort of what you might think of as 1.5 story, it doesn't meet your definition of 1.5 story because the area is more than 60%, or it's just non-compliant with the existing regs in some fashion other than setback or setback area. So what I would ask you to consider doing is to say, listen, if somebody's got an existing accessory building and they want to convert it to an ADU, let them. Just let them. If it's existing, you can convert it to an ADU. If it doesn't exist, you can't after this regulation gets adopted, you can't create an accessory building that's too big or too tall or violates a setback and then say I want to convert it to an ADU. This would just be limited to any structure that's in existence now. If someone wants to convert it to an ADU, let them. I don't see a downside to that, and I see a huge upside. I think that will actually get you more ADUs because they're pretty expensive to build, and I think often people aren't going to be building them from scratch to be an ADU, but they will be looking to convert the upper levels of garages to ADUs. That's all that I have. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Next, we'll move to Diane CC.
Good evening, Commissioners. Diane CC. I'm still here at 37 Olmsted Place. I want to, I'm glad that Attorney Blank just went because part of my comments are in regards to his resolution. I have to put on two hats tonight, guys. I'm sorry. I'm speaking first as a resident, and then I have to speak for ENNA on this one too. So first for me, and then I'll speak to Adam's resolution. I know he can't come back on because he's speaking as a member of the public and not as an attorney representing someone. I understand where he's coming from, and I get all that, and I get what Diane Lauritella just said as well. Here's my concern, is that we're going to have instances that otherwise would have needed more of a review and possibly go for a variance. That now what's going to happen under what he's suggesting is that whatever is there right now can be approved. And that sounds great, and that sounds, sincere. But I'm worried about where there could be situations. And one of the things I was looking at as an example, and it may be an exaggeration, and Steve and Brian may know more about whether this exists or not. And I want to make sure I'm understanding this, because we have a lot of single family properties here in East Norwalk. By the way, I couldn't really find, I didn't dig far enough, but I assume that this ADU regulations applies to every single family parcel in Norwalk, not just within specific zones. And I know you can't answer me, but if somebody can answer that at the beginning, because I don't know if that was has been clear all along. Anyway, so under Adam's resolution, let's say you have an example of a single family home and it has a detached garage. And close to what Diane Lauritella was just talking about, there are some parcels where a large garage sits further to the setback line to the street than the house does. The house is way back, and then there's another structure that may have predated that. If you had an existing garage that was, say, 2.5 stories for some reason, and 1,600 feet or more, you have to picture this now in your head, and a portion or all of that was between the front line and the existing single family dwelling. What Attorney Blank is suggesting then is that just gets approved. That's over the counter. And I think that's kind of crazy, because now what he's saying is that it wouldn't be subject to anything else in here, to the other conditions that you have in the ones that he pointed out under B1, 2, and 3 there. I think that what you need to do is, when you're looking at that, you can't assume that all of these things are going to already be a smaller structure and be situated where you would, common sense would tell you that you could approve it. And second, what you just said too is that you can't assume that if it is a large structure like that the bottom floor would remain a garage and they'd simply be looking to do the ADU on top. So all I'm asking there is that you just kind of go through your heads there and think of, could this be something that that you're not really clear on the unintended consequences for what already exists as conforming or non-conforming. And still with my hat on. I know it's late, but I want to tell this because many years ago, when I first met Steve Kleppen, and he will rue the day, I'm sure, but we sat at a little round conference table. I think it was in your office, Steve, the round table, wherever your first office was there. And many topics we were talking about, and one of the topics that came up is, why doesn't Norwalk allow ADUs? Because I've been a proponent of ADUs from before I think they even called them ADUs. Personally, a proponent. And Steve was like, yeah, we do. And I'm like, no, we don't, Steve. We need to have detached ADUs. We need to have structures that serve a portion of our community where they're not a part of the main house, where they don't feel like, they feel like they're living in someone else's house. You may have, like Diane was talking about, you may have elderly people who now want to downsize, but they don't want to feel like they're living in their kid's house and they're coming in an entrance that is part of the main house. And so I've always been a proponent of ADUs, and I think that we do need to accommodate both of them, the attached and the detached. And I do think I'm not sure about the 1,000 square foot minimum, either. Because I also am a proponent of what they call teeny houses or tiny houses. And I don't know if we're ever going to get to that point either, but, be that as it may. I'm going to put on my other hat now, and that'll be ENNA, speaking on behalf of community feedback for East Norwalk proper. So no surprise to any of the commissioners, there's several concerns that the community has always had from day one with the zoning that works around these. One is public notification. And so I think at a bare minimum, what you're doing with the 100 feet for the abutting properties is a good start there. For a long time, I didn't think that that was even going to go through, and I think that's important. I'm not sure that it rises to the level of legal notice because I'm the only person who reads the hour, but for you guys were just talking about it, for 10 years, I've been begging the city to post legal notices on the website. Even if you're required to put them in the hour, at the same time you're posting them there, you could have them on the city website. But I don't think this rises to that level of notification. But the abutting property owners, I do think, need to be notified. And the second thing, of course, is parking. So given the fact that July comes now with the state statute, where your hands are tied, even if you wanted to try to help out on this, because it's under 16 units. I wonder if the commission then could collaborate with the Parking Authority and PMP, because they've just started embarking on the study for residential parking permits in different parts of the city. Now, obviously, if we're in, Cranberry or West Norwalk or, other parts where the parcels are bigger, it may not be an issue in terms of parking. But in, parts of East Norwalk, it's already a major problem. And so where we have single family houses on smaller parcels, we already have this issue. So I think if we're going to say that we have to comply with the no parking requirement, that the city then still has to work with residents to say that it's supportive of making sure we get something through that's a residential parking permit. And I think that's reasonable too. The other concern is on the legal notice, the notice of decision. I'm totally confused on that. Is that a requirement anyway, that you put a legal notice in that you decided on something that's not even coming before the commission? Or do you think that this would just be beneficial to do after the fact? Because after the fact, if the legal notice then doesn't prompt a 10-day appeal period, because what is there to appeal? I'm not sure what the legal notice is for, so maybe you can clear that up. I'm just not getting it. And then the last thing I want to say, I think I'm skipping some stuff. And the last thing I want to say is, hang on. Oh, not only in this zoning reg, but in any other one where we have this. Item D speaks to the fact that we I'm a proponent of this, would be ENNA, that one of those has to be owner occupied. And so a lot of regulations in the city enforce things only by saying that the compliance has to be submitted to the planning and zoning director by January 31st of each year, or whatever department head, for things that have to be, somebody has to attest to legally. And what I'd like to see there is another line added that not just January 31st of each year, but that they would also have to present proof of this upon demand of a zoning enforcement action. So in other words, if you got a bunch of complaints that came in and it got to the point of a zoning enforcement officer investigating it, I think at that point, if there was something that warranted trying to figure out who's living there and who's not, that you wouldn't have to wait until January. So it may just be one little line that just says, or under this other condition. And I really think the city should do that everywhere in the code that says, or upon the demand of whatever the enforcing agency would be there. So I think that's it. I hope you address my concern about Adam's resolution and maybe answer a couple of those questions.
Thank you. Next we have Paula.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Can you give us your name and address?
Yes, my name is Todd Ackert, 22 Solon Lane, on behalf of, I believe you have Paul Ackert listed as who you're speaking with. That's my father. Thank you for your time. I'm grateful that these proposed changes are looking like they may come about. Just a little background from us. I currently relocated to Norwalk a few years ago and have recently moved back into my childhood home that my parents purchased 50 years ago and still currently reside in. As they get up in their older, advanced years, sorry guys, they're here listening. They started to research ways and places to go, retirement communities, things of that nature. And recently, as recent as a couple of years ago, decided an ADU might make sense on their property. They, again, 50 years, the American dream. They purchased a house, raised two kids, paid it off, and love this area, do not want to leave. Excuse me. Sorry, bear with me, my notes here. But basically, they have this plan, and the new regulations seem to fit in perfectly. They've already consulted with engineers, surveyors, builders, people there at the commission, and the situation is they're at the end of a cul-de-sac, 22 Sylvan Lane. It's probably the largest piece of property on this street at the very end, and like most cul-de-sacs, the house is set back from the street quite a bit with virtually no backyard, but there is an incredibly large section on the side of the house that we grew up playing volleyball, baseball. As teenagers, we had parties. We put up tents and parked cars for family reunions. It's a nice piece of land. Hopefully, these provisions will state that it's okay to be on the side lot. I know the front is in some contention, in the back, but this would certainly meet all the other requirements. And yeah, what we're hoping to do is get this approved. We love the area. I'd like to be here in either this house or the ADU, depending on how soon they're looking to move in and cut out the flight of stairs. But we can assure you that homeowner will be on site. Please help us make this dream come true. I thank you for your time and wait to hear.
Thank you. Does anyone else wish to comment on this application? Hearing none, we'll close the public participation. Brian or Steve, do you want to take some time to address the comments?
Sure. So the first one was about ARPs, kind of like pre-approved plans. I think Steve can comment on that more. It's something that he's been working on and I think is getting ready to kind of get the wheels moving on doing pre-approved plans for ADUs to kind of streamline that and kind of make it a little bit cheaper. I don't know, Steve, if you have anything else or if that's kind of the idea.
Yeah, maybe a future meeting we'll talk more.
Sure. But I think Ms. Lorachel will be quite excited with the
Yeah, it's
concept.
something under serious consideration.
Yeah, and I think as part of that, there's going to be a big public outreach and kind of way to achieve that. Adam's language, Attorney Blank's language that he had recommended, again, for you to consider in terms of allowing whatever size detached structure that happens to exist to be converted. That language would still be subject to a site plan review. So if you were coming in, you had a detached accessory building that's floor area is greater than what we allow, or it's taller than what we allow, or it's too close to a property line than what we allow, you'd come before the commission as a site plan review application. Just as an aside, I went back and I looked at the original zoning regulations adopted by the city of Norwalk in 1929. They had a minimum setback for accessory structures that was the rear half of the lot or 70 feet. So if there are any of those structures that exist, there's probably not that many of them. At this point, there's 100 years of accessory structures having to go in a certain location. So most of them are probably in an okay spot. For legal notice requirements, so as written now, what that would require is that any approved ADU, whether it's attached, detached, was over the counter, or approved by you as the commission, would need to be published via legal notice. That's just one way to start not only just notify the public, but it would start an appeal process. Again, from a staff perspective, I mean, even if you do a legal notice requirement and it's approved, there's not much that a neighbor could appeal based on, other than if we just approve something that shouldn't have been approved, then comply. Other than that, I mean, it's kind of a moot point to kind of try to appeal an approval that was as of right. I think there's 1,000 square foot was mentioned. That's a maximum. It's not a minimum. And I don't know if I'm missing out on anything else, but I think that's everything.
Brian, could I just interject while you're on the square footage thing?
Yeah.
Thank you. So in the language, it says shall not exceed 1,000 square feet in floor area.
Mm-hmm.
When the city, if you go and you pull up the field card or the Norwalk CT report, the property owner card, it refers to square footage in two different ways: total living and gross area. And then if you pull up the old field card, it has livable / leasable and gross. And I think probably many people get confused, because is the building 1,000 square feet? No, what we are saying, correct me if I'm wrong, is that is the living space is 1,000 square feet. Correct?
So we go by our definition, which is everything except for parking counts towards floor area.
So floor area could be the utility closet, which is not actually living space.
Right.
Okay. So I don't know if we want to line up with the way the tax department has their language. No, Steve's like, no. Because then I think it's just, maybe that's vague.
One of the reasons why we wouldn't do that is because somebody could do an internal conversion much easier without permits, and it's easier just to say, here's the volume of space that this structure contains, and you're allowed to do whatever you want within this volume. That's your choice on how you arrange that.
So the volume then should be the exterior, the perimeter of the space.
Yeah, we don't count I think the floor area is excluding the exterior walls, all right, Brian? Because of definition. So it's kind of the layout of that space. So the kitchen's 220 square feet and the bedroom's 200 square feet. And we just total that up.
The point being, you don't want to go through with a spreadsheet and deduct every utility closet and do all that.
We used to do that exercise for kind of parking for commercial areas, and we still do to some extent, but that's more micromanagement than I think we need to get into.
Yeah, you definitely get into debates on, oh, this is dead space. So the height, head height here is not tall enough. This is an additional utility closet with nothing in it that happens to be next to the bathroom or bedroom that's going to have a wall that gets knocked down. It's just...
Yeah. Square footage is always controversial.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, I brought it up. You guys, that's fine. Do it the way you see. But I think, just so you know, I think there might be confusion over that.
I think from our end, what'll happen is someone will submit a plan and they'll have a design professional will come up with the plans and they'll have to document what that number is, regardless of I think there might be confusion on somebody's end if it's an existing structure, what that is, but we would then ask for clarification on what those are, and somebody will have to go out and measure and verify those things.
Okay, and you're probably right on existing things, because the tax assessor, I think that's where people go to find their square footage. Because they're looking at their assessment or their field card. And so that's, if you do have something that you want to convert, if it's a little too big, well, anyway, I'll stop.
And then I think maybe a couple other things that some of the language was suggested as being a little confusing. I mean, it might be, I just don't know any other ways to state that an ADU can either be attached to or within an existing principal structure, or it could be attached to or within a detached structure. I guess the language is a little clunky, but it's pretty much saying that whether it's attached or detached, it can exist. And then for the principal structure setbacks, I'm not sure. And what we're proposing is a pretty significant decrease in the setback requirements from what's required. So if you use the principal structure setbacks for a detached ADU, again, that's a 20-foot decrease generally across the board in setback requirements. And I think there was the ADU regulations apply to any single family property in the city, so regardless of zone.
The other one I wanted to highlight, because I think it came up in one of the comments, was that the accessory building shall not exceed 60% of the principal building's footprint. So that was called out separate from item 2. And for the proposal that Attorney Blake put together would still apply, because I believe that condition that Attorney Blake suggested only modifies items within item 2, if I remember correctly. Are there any other questions, comments, discussion on this application? Is there a motion for this application?
Actually, a question first. Is the application as written include Attorney Blank's amendment or not?
I think a motion could say that it can.
I would like to move to include it.
Okay, great. Is there a second to this motion? Thank you. All right, so it is seconded. Brian, do you mind pulling up the resolution?
Sure. And that was, Harvey, to include Adam's language?
Yes, that was my motion.
If I could suggest amendment, can we use staff's version of Adam's?
Let's see.
Yes,
I had missed that in the pre-read.
Yeah, so the only thing is I added just like a half sentence at the end.
Sure.
Just say, clarifying that provided you're not making the nonconformity any more non-conforming.
That's as the motioner. Yeah, I'm okay with this.
Great. As a seconder, excellent. Great. Any further discussion or, oh wait, here we are, sorry.
Substitute that in. Too late for Word to disagree with formatting. And just as an aside, if this were to pass, I think we were going to have 3 detached ADU applications on your agenda next week. So we'll need to figure out what to do with those.
Maybe we can ask them if they would be okay with an extension and then withdrawal, or
No,
should we hear them?
I think they could just withdraw.
Okay, there we go. All right, is there any discussion or modifications to this draft resolution? Right, hearing none. Brian, do you mind calling the roll?
Certainly. Ms. Wells,
Yeah.
Mr. Jones,
Yes.
Ms. Langalis,
Yes.
Ms. Lankowski,
Yes.
Mr. Hubers,
Yes.
and Mr. Bryce.
Yes. All right, that is unanimous. We will move to our next word. Go ahead.
I was gonna make a suggestion, we punt the next item.
Have a great evening. Thank you for staying. Thank you for everyone who's stayed to comment this evening. Thank you. Oh, please go ahead, Steve.
Open and continue, Steve.
Oh, yeah, I was gonna make a suggestion, we just open the hearing and immediately vote to continue it to the next meeting, so you don't.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any urgency on doing that.
That's gonna be my question to you, so perfect. Does anyone disagree with that approach of continuing us to our next meeting? All right. So let me read it real quick and then we will ask for that motion. So the next application is 2026-03, Planning and Zoning Commission zoning regulation text amendment to Article 4, 6, 7, and 9 as described in this paragraph. I will ask for a motion to continue this to our next meeting on April 22nd.
I'll move to continue.
Thank you, Harvey. Is there a second? Thank you, John. Oh, sorry, Tammy, I didn't see you. I think we can do this with a show of hands based on that reaction. All those in favor? All right, it looks like we will continue this to our next meeting. I see that next we have a discussion of the commercial vacancy tax bill. We did discuss this last time. One update I'll share is I believe the commission had asked for us to put together a memo expressing our interest in supporting this bill. Does anyone feel opposed to having staff take a swing at language and putting together a memo supporting this bill? All right.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, I think so too.
I'm not opposed to them doing that. I think you're right.
Sure, I asked that in a weird double negative.
Right.
It's
Harvey's
late.
nodding yes, and I'm going no, but I think we meant the same thing.
Yes, I think so. All right, Steve, do you mind putting some time towards that?
Sure, we will put something together. For your next, we'll get it on your next.
Okay, great. Wonderful. Next is acceptance of the minutes. Is there a motion to approve minutes?
Make the motion.
Thank you, Tammy. Galen, was a second. All those in favor? All right, looks like that carries unanimously. Comments of the director?
No, it's late.
Next meeting. Comments of commissioners?
I thought the public comments today were very just great, like productive and looking to move towards solutions to these some contentious issues. So I really appreciate the public participation.
Yeah, agreed. And thank you all who stayed so late to comment. We really appreciate that. All right, anything else? Is there a motion to adjourn? Thank you. All right, all those in favor? Have a great night, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.